the new Modus Super Series champion. Yes!
What a finish!
The silencer, Jeff Smith! And it is that shot wins week 6. Maximum checkout. He's done it.
Double 16. Oh, what a way.
Game shot in the fourth.
That's beautiful.
Janis Pinker.
Picked off by Pinker perfectly. He's double 16. Oh, that's lovely.
Game shot in the second leg.
A dozen
Rene
darter
Eidams.
from Rene Eidams. Double 15 is the target.
Game
Double
shot in the
15
fourth leg. Bradley
is
O'Connor.
located, and O'Connor is 2 up and 1 away.
He's really piled on the pressure of this 1-2-1 for Haynes. This ball for 3 apiece. Oh, and a perfectly found bullseye in the end for Johnny Haynes.
It's a good start from Carl. Look at this. That'll do.
Shot the first leg. Damage wasn't really done here in this game, was it? Been some previous games.
Game on the fourth leg, Oliver King.
Yeah, plenty of questions still left to be answered until we determine who will be playing for the big money prize. It's all about getting through to Saturday's finals night, and we've got 2 sessions of darts coming your way, starting with day 1 of Group C, live here on Pluto TV. Hi there, good afternoon. Welcome along to the first in your double dose of darts today. It is Group C about to get underway. Group B this evening as well. More on all of that in a moment, but first we're going to reflect on what happened in Group A. Keegan Brown is alongside me to do that, and what a story, what a campaign from young Charlie Manby.
Well, to be fair to Charlie, he was head and shoulders above the whole group, wasn't he? Let's be honest. And for him to get to the 28-point club and to have the best leg difference ever, full credit to him.
Are we seeing this week that the boy become the man, so to speak?
Yeah, definitely. You know, even though we watched him only a couple of weeks ago in the Rising Stars, it was just high scoring, the consistency and the high finishing like that 160, but every time when he needed to, he got it out of the bag.
Yeah, no player has ever gone through the full Group A unbeaten and won all 15 matches, but he does join the exclusive club of players that have won 14 in the group, and in fact Charlie Manby's performance over the course of that campaign means it's the best ever Group A campaign. Won it with 28 points to his name, and when we take a look at the table we'll see that he's got the highest leg difference ever, plus 37 for Charlie Manby, and look at that, 59 legs won out of a possible 60, remarkable.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic achievement from the young man. Yeah, and to be fair, he was unlucky just to lose that 4-3, wasn't he, to Rene? So, yeah, to be fair, Charlie will be quite happy. He's done a good 3 days' work and resting up now for Saturday.
It has been all about Charlie Manby for the first 3 days of this week, but now the next couple of days are going to be about the other players who have been dispersed into Groups B and C respectively. And the fact that Scott Taylor and Jensen Walker have gone into Group B mean that there'll be 3 series champions in that group, with the first ever Super Series winner Conan Whitehead in action alongside Mike Warburton and the legendary Steve Beaton. But this afternoon the focus is on Group C. Rene Eidams, Janis Pinker and Bradley O'Connor dropping into that group. Oliver King, Johnny Haynes and Carl Wilson, the incoming players. And we'll start with Carl because Wilson, when he's been here before, he's been very impressive, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been absolutely fantastic, hasn't he? You know, another one, you know, where he just comes in, he does his job. A bit of a, you know, he came in as an unknown, didn't he, really? And he was absolutely fantastic. So, you know, he's got the scoring, he's got the checkout power. So, yeah, so he'd be looking at this for a good go at it.
Could he dominate this group in the same way that Charlie Manby dominated Group A?
Yeah, I think between him and Johnny Haynes, you know, it wouldn't surprise me if they'd be 1 and 2 by the end of, you know, the end of play tomorrow afternoon. So, yeah, but, you know, it doesn't mean everything's all a sun's, you know, sealed, delivered, is it, in darts? So have to stick around to watch.
Well, they're certainly 1 and 2 as far as the bookmakers are concerned. Carl Wilson goes off a 5-4 favourite. Johnny Haynes 13-1. Oliver King, who got to finals night last time he was here, 7-2. Eidams 14-1, and then Pinker and O'Connor over 40-1. Any dark horses that could spring a surprise for you there?
I think if Rene finds his consistency, I think he could challenge easily for 1 and 2, because the last stages we saw him playing better and better, and like I said, darts is all on the day, and it could be his day.
Certainly is. If you are going to have a bet, please do gamble responsibly. As always, it's 18+. Gambleaware.org for all the information about safe gambling. We've got a fantastic commentary team for you today. Keegan is going to be joining Laura Turner in the commentary box, and in the first match we are going to see Johnny Haynes in action. Before he gets his game underway, let's hear from him. I spoke to him a little earlier on. Johnny, welcome back to the Super Series. How are you? How's the practice been going?
I haven't done a lot of practice. I've just come back off holiday. I had 2 weeks in Spain. So I've been back 2 weeks, this second week back. So I've played 2 vaults and that's it.
Very nice. Maybe the relaxation could help coming in fresh and raring to go, I suppose.
Yeah, I hope it does. But, yeah.
What's the motivation for you these days? I know you play a lot of ADC stuff, predominantly here at the Super Series as well. Is that where you're seeing your sort of immediate future?
Yeah, at the moment. Yeah, it's that in league darts.
And obviously you've been playing some good stuff, but it is a little while since you won here, back in Series 2 now. How much of a sort of ambition is it for you to win a week once again?
Yeah, I really want to win a week again. That was good when I won that week.
Looking at the group, what are your immediate thoughts?
It's tough. Top half's tough. Trying first or second.
Is it getting tougher here at the Super Series?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, better players will be invited, and yeah, it's definitely getting tougher.
And your approach to the game, I suppose, has always been the same. Just focus on your own thing. What can you do differently to try and turn those decent performances, decent runs to finals nights into crossing the line this time?
It doubles.
That's as good as answer as any.
So that's it. Because I can score, all right? It's the doubles let me down now and again.
Well, let's hope they go for you today and tomorrow. Cheers, Johnny.
Cheers, mate.
Best of luck.
So.
Yeah, there you can see the breakdown for this week. It was great to hear from Johnny Haynes, and as you see, he's in Group C alongside the likes of Carl Wilson, Oliver King, Rene Eidams, Janis Pinker and Bradley O'Connor. They will all be in action. But as Johnny Haynes just said there, it's very difficult to get through a Group C campaign. He knows how to do it. He has picked up a title here back in Series 2. One of only 2 players in this group to actually pick up a weekly win, the other being Rene Eidams. Johnny Haynes will be starting off his Group C campaign against a player that we have seen so far this week in Group 8. Johnny Haynes, the 61-year-old from Swindon. All his focus at the moment on ADC League Darts, looking for a win, but he's have to get past Bradley Connor, the 29-year-old from Hawley, making his debut here. And it's fair to say, Keegan had a bit of a difficult campaign in Group 8.
Yeah, definitely. It was a bit of a weird one for Bradley. It was only during the last stages he's finding his consistency, and to be fair, he was playing well at the end. And there's our man called the act shoot, Andy Cullen for the day.
First leg, Johnny to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I think it'd be very interesting to see how Bradley comes out on this one.
100.
And it really is a case, isn't it, of the inexperienced player taking on one of the most experienced players here at the Super Series.
85.
He's made 10 previous appearances here. This is his 11th for Johnny Haynes.
Yeah, and to be fair to Johnny, he's a master at the moment. He's using the ADC absolutely fantastic. Using it as a springboard, isn't he, to obviously appear at the Modus a lot more often.
27.
He's definitely one of the stalwarts here of the Super Series.
140.
It looks like Johnny's
46.
coming back in today and finishing like he was last time. Yeah, he just doesn't matter wherever Johnny Haynes plays. He always looks so
60.
consistent.
Yeah, he's a tough player to beat. One that we see quite a lot across the local leagues. But first maximum goes the way of O'Connor.
180. Johnny require 141.
Johnny, Brody's going to set this up. And he does brilliantly,
105.
36 after 15.
Yeah, there really wasn't anything
125.
O'Connor could have done. That
Johnny
180
require 36.
backs it up well. 125 to follow.
32.
So that
Bradley require
180,
38.
that's definitely worked in Bradley's favour. So he's looking at double 16 for a breaker throw.
6. Johnny, you require 4.
You know, they're the sort of chances that you do need to take to beat this man.
No score.
Yeah, early
Bradley
misses on the
require
double.
32.
So it's good markers there.
No score.
That's unlucky.
Johnny, you
3
require
well
4.
thrown darts there. So it's madhouse for Johnny here.
No score.
You know, this time
Bradley, you
yesterday,
require 32.
I think we actually had a 36 dart leg to kick off the
Game
day.
shot on the first leg. Bradley O'Connor.
Not quite a 36 start leg, but the first one to
Second
break a
leg,
throw
Bradley
for
to
O'Connor.
Thoreau first. Game on.
Yeah, I think that would give O'Connor a lot of confidence. I think the 180 was perfect timing there.
85.
I think that might have just upset the rhythm there to Johnny's game.
95.
As we know, one thing you can't do is ever write off Johnny Haynes.
No, as you mentioned, he was down to a double after 15 and just had to chase it around the board.
140. $140. $58.
That's a good chance for Johnny here to wrestle the throw back.
99.
He leaves a finish after 9. What sort of pressure can O'Connor put him under?
94. Johnny, you require 167.
Yeah, good pick off with the last start for O'Connor. The 167, not going to go for Haynes.
82. Bradley, you require 124.
It's a good chance for O'Connor to hold throw. So looking at treble 18. So he needs the ball to go 2-0.
99. Johnny, you
Yeah,
require
great effort,
85.
wasn't far away.
Johnny at 20 for tops. So last start, double top.
45. Bradley, you require 25.
Another miss. Will it be punished once again?
9. Johnny, you require 40.
So 16 data coming in for Johnny. Looking at 210s.
Game shot on the second leg. Johnny Haynes.
Little shake of the head from Johnny
Third
Haynes.
leg,
Despite,
Johnny to Thoreau first.
despite winning the
Game
leg,
on.
he's 1 from 10 on the outer ring, just at 10%. I know it's early doors, but there's a lot of early misses on the doubles.
60.
Yeah, I think as well, you know, Johnny probably would have been watching this over the course of the last couple of days here live in Plury TV.
44.
And, you know, that's not being disrespectful to Bradley, but this is the game where he could get away with missing doubles.
Yeah, and I think if you are
43.
Bradley and you're coming into this and you know obviously just a couple of wins in the Group 8, it's drawing a line, resetting and stepping back on that ocking. But
29.
as you say, when there is a player that is being beaten by most, they're the ones that can really prove to be a spoiler.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Where
140.
especially Scott Taylor and Jensen, they were trying their best to, you know, get a good leg difference yesterday. And you know,
140.
to be fair to Bradley, he was chipping away at the legs, and that's why obviously Charlie Manby ended up being top of the leaderboard. That and the fact he obviously scored 28 points out of a possible 30.
98.
Yeah, it really was an exceptional performance. Joins quite an elite group of players, including our very own Scott Mitchell. I did notice his name on there.
46. Johnny, you require 160.
So Johnny at 160. Looking just to set it up. That's good darts, leave the 20.
125. Johnny, you require 20.
So double 10 for Johnny.
Game shot on the third leg. Johnny Haynes.
You know, you
Fourth
think
leg, Bradley to throw first.
if Johnny took
Game
that
on.
first leg out, that double 18 within the 15, 16, he would have had a
82.
very respectable start to the day.
But we know full well it's just about getting that win, getting those points on the board. That's what matters.
41.
If you have a little wobble in the early stages, you do have time. It's when it happens at the back end of matches, that's when it really hurts.
93.
You know, as you know, Laura, for playing for a lot of years, you know, the hardest leg is always the first one to get on the board.
45.
Yeah, I find the second, third, fourth one's quite difficult sometimes as well.
100.
I'm just putting it out there, I'm being honest.
100.
At least you're honest. That's the main thing. Okay, if you're playing well, then the first one's the hardest one.
Yeah. No, I do get what you mean. Yeah, absolutely.
To be fair to O'Connor in this leg, down to 86 after 12 darts.
30. Bradley, you
Yeah, and
require
a few loose ones
86.
from Haynes. No response, no pressure applied.
38.
You know, as this week's progressed, O'Connor's kind of coming to his own, playing a lot more consistent.
100.
Yesterday, so he's
Bradley,
got
you
48
require
now.
48.
So he'd be double 16 to go 2-2.
32.
And again, he's finding himself in this position. Okay, he's got a bit of time, but you want to see these off cleanly because, as much as we've said, Johnny Haynes has struggled on the outer ring.
137.
Bradley O'Connor's 1 for 11
Bradley,
as
you
well.
require 16.
The thing is, you can't keep giving Johnny Haynes a chance.
No score.
They're just unlucky, aren't they?
Johnny, you require 48.
Yeah, 3 well thrown darts, but it gives Haynes a chance to go within
Game
one.
shot on the fourth leg.
No misses that
Johnny
time.
Haynes. Fifth leg, Johnny to throw first. Game on. $100.
I think Johnny would be happy with this performance. Just a win to kick things off with a good leg
40.
difference.
Yeah, I mean, we quite often say, don't we, it's just about that first leg we've already mentioned, that's difficult, but I tend to, it's the first match, isn't it? And you're the first match of the whole
40.
session as well, so that in itself has just another pressure.
I always find at least there's one bonus if you are the first match. At least you're going on dead on 5 past 1.
100.
Because we see so many times where, somebody's 3-0 up, you're thinking, right, I got one more leg and then going on.
59.
And all of a sudden the opponent comes back, wins 4-3, and it's another 15 minutes down the road.
Oh, you must have experienced it in things like, World Championships where if you're not that first game, you think, right, okay, this person's just about a win.
94.
But where it's set play, nope, okay, it's another set, let me start again.
I think the most famous one was me and Jenna Klassen
77.
were playing, and the game before was Ian White and Devin Peterson. So the rule is when somebody goes 2-0 up and 2-0 up in obviously sets and legs, obviously you go up, and we ended up being upstairs for an extra,
122.
I think nearly 2 hours before Devin came back and won in the last leg decider.
It's difficult.
140.
But
Johnny
not
require
looking too
40.
difficult now for Johnny Haynes. 3 darts in hand, tops for the match.
20.
And it's 3 match darts come and gone.
Bradley, you require 145.
So it's 88 left. So let's get darts.
85.
Let's leave 60.
Johnny, you
So
require 20.
all in Johnny's hands.
Has to adjust, slides across the
No
Orky.
score.
6 darts now for Haynes. And a chance
Bradley, you
for
require
O'Connor
60.
just to rescue the leg, rescue the situation.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Bradley O'Connor.
Yeah, and that was cleanly taken by O'Connor, but you feel Keegan just shouldn't have been
Sixth
afforded
leg,
those
Bradley
extra chances.
to throw first.
No, definitely
Game
not.
on.
Definitely not. But then obviously, like, we know dart swings and roundabouts where obviously Bradley missed his
125.
chances in the leg before, Johnny took it out, and yeah, sometimes it swings and roundabouts.
99.
It's just frustrating, isn't it? You think, right, 40 points away, get this done, sit back in the back
100.
room and then watch everyone else have to go up there and try and find a result, and then you're 501 points away once again.
Yeah, there's nothing worse as a dart
60.
player. Well, besides that and losing.
Oh, I think the worst, isn't it, is when you've had the chances and you've kind of only got yourself to blame. Sometimes if you get blasted off the board like
140.
Charlie Manby was doing this week, then you've got no argument.
Yeah, there's nothing worse when you know you've had chances and the opponent
140.
has had chances and then neither
Bradley
of you could hit
require
them.
136. $28.
Slip there for O'Connor in what was a really impressive leg. 3 back-to-back tons, but the 28 points just opens up a chance here once again for Haynes.
145. Bradley require 108.
It's a bit of a happy accident. So it's 87, treble 17. Looking to set it up.
83. Johnny require 57.
So you'd feel more match-winning opportunities incoming, but it could just be the one dart. And it's one at tops, and
Game
no
shot
misses
and a
this
match.
time for Johnny
Johnny
Haynes. He seals a 4-2 victory over Bradley O'Connor to open up the proceedings here in Group C. Yeah, happy in the end, and you can see the stats, and it was a solid performance from both of them, but it was that doubling that just let them down at key moments. And coming up next, we'll see Carl Wilson take on Janis Pinker.
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart for that.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit!
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And he Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jürgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Van Skeet's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more. Jimmy Van Ski is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Van Ski do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
100.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game! Go! And the Modus Super Series 11 champion! Jeff Smith!
So we move on to game number 2 in this Thursday afternoon Group C session. We've just seen Johnny Haynes win the opening match 4-2 over Bradley O'Connor, and now it's time to see what Carl Wilson is going to bring to the Oki. He's been hotly tipped. He's a player that's had success here before, making his 4th appearance at the Super Series.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. I think Carl will probably be targeting this match very similar to what Johnny's done to Bradley in a previous match. Thinking, this is on current form, this is a good one to get into to get good leg difference and, more importantly, points on the board.
Yeah, and a bit like O'Connor, I would say Pinker is another player that just struggled to find that level of consistency in terms of finishing stats. That's where he really struggled throughout Group 8.
Yeah, definitely. We saw at the beginning part, yesterday where he played absolutely fantastic. He won with played Rene and
First leg, Carl.
he won with an 89 average very convincingly, but then that 89 then goes back down to a sub 80 average very quickly.
And that's one of the things when you're here on debut as well. You want to stamp your authority on it. You want to prove while you're here, while you've got the invite, and make the most of the opportunity. And sometimes you can just, as a player, just put that little bit too much pressure on yourself as well.
140.
Yes, definitely. We know a lot of people qualify via the ADC system, so we know they've definitely got a good pedigree them as a dart player because, let's be honest, if you're doing consistently well at the ADC, you're beating good players in the process.
Yeah, I imagine for someone like Pinker,
19.
perhaps hasn't played in this kind of arena, this atmosphere before. I've noticed he's been on the PDC and Nordic and Baltic Tour, just played a couple of events earlier on this year. So it's just that next step
60.
in terms of players that are looking to progress their dart career. We see the likes of Steve Beaton, who comes off the tour. Yourself, you've played. And it's a great platform to just keep that competitive
100.
level. But for people coming through, again, it's just such an opportunity, and one that we never used to have.
No, definitely. And, that's the thing. It was only probably pre-COVID. We had none of this, did we? And it just shows you how much and I hate using the word, but to me, this isn't the amateur side of the game. This is just a category that's
56.
next to the professional stage. And, Laura, for playing darts for a lot of years, the fact that you would obviously target easy wins when you see a draw, but now there really
58.
isn't no easy draws.
No, I've seen some kind of regulation weeks in series that could quite arguably be a lineup for Champions Week. And I should say, when you've got the calibre of
40.
player that are either
Carl, you
looking to
require
progress or, like I say,
104.
stepping away from that kind of high-level PDC play, most definitely it's tough.
68.
It's good recovery there to leave
Janis, you
36.
require 146.
So you had got an outside chance on a 146? Not to be.
58. Carl, you require 36.
Can't wait to get the first leg of
Aim
the
shot on
board.
the first leg. Carl Wilson.
Yeah, no drama there from Carl Wilson.
Second leg, Janis to throw first. Game on. $135.
And I think as well, obviously in this country, in the UK, we have obviously a county
140.
system where you play on stage in front of the lights. Obviously not so much the cameras, but I think you notice it more from the
58.
European side where this could be the first time they've ever played on the stage. And it can be very frightening.
It definitely takes a little bit of adjusting. I remember even playing here myself for the first time.
180.
Wilson finds the maximum. But yeah, just getting used to this atmosphere. It's unique in terms of kind of the building we play in, the setup. But it is conducive for players once they get used to that stage to produce some really big numbers.
We definitely saw that, as the weeks got on from both
56.
Pinker and O'Connor. But obviously, when you're playing experienced people like Johnny Haynes and obviously
100.
the ADC
Carl, you
King of
require
South, Carl Wilson,
125.
sometimes it's always going to be a bit of a tougher battle. So it's a perfect first start. So is he going to go for it? Oh, absolutely
Games on the
fantastic.
second leg. Carl Wilson. Third leg, Carl to Faro
Was that a
first.
celebration drink?
Game on.
Well, we kind of asked, questions of Carl. What was he going to bring to the Oki in this opening match? Well, he hasn't disappointed so far.
100.
The 1-2-5, 2 from 2 on the doubles so far.
To be fair, an average of just under 100.
121.
See, to me, that's a perfect marker there for Carl. And he's absolutely filling it up.
140.
Yeah, it's a really, really positive start from Carl Wilson.
60.
As I say, Carl Wilson here making his 4th appearance. In his previous 3, he's never failed to get through to the final stages.
28.
That's always a good confidence factor, isn't it? Where someone you're so comfortable with playing all the time, and when do you know what? I've got it so many times. This is quite not easy work, but it's just the confidence to go up there, do your stuff that you can do, and get the results that you need.
And I also think, especially with Group C, it's really important to get that good start.
95.
Yes, you can recover, but if you find yourself cut adrift really early doors, there's only 2 players that go through from the 6, and it is a difficult route to try and get through to finals.
60. Carl, you require 138.
So looking at treble 19. So it's 100 left. Should be looking at treble 20. And he does so.
Janis, you require 160.
You can definitely see why Wilson is definitely the bookie's favourite to be top of the pile tomorrow.
41. Carl, you require 40.
Tops for
Game shot on the
3-0.
third leg. Carl Wilson.
Continues that 100% checkout record so far. Carl Wilson 3 from 3.
Fourth leg, Janis to Faro first. Game on.
And you feel for Wilson, this is the dream start that you wanted, averaging above the 95 and 100% on the record, 100% on the doubles.
And you've got to feel for Janis Pinker because he's really walked into someone playing top flight darts at the moment.
134.
And sadly for Janis, that's been the case for most of this week.
45. 42. 140.
Janis Pinker just finding a couple of trebles. Edges him in front.
45.
It's definitely good signs for Janis. Giving Carl a bit of a fight back here. So room for a 1-2 there, surely. Oh, that's unlucky.
66.
Yeah, it was. Just took a bit of a deflection.
Wow, I think I've put the Jonas on Carl Wilson. You know, saying how good he was, above 95 and 100% on the double. Well, you know, the 100% still there at the moment, but yeah, be a bit trying to get some composure there.
Yeah, after kicking off this leg with a 1-3-4, it's gone 42, 45, 26.
80. Janis, you require 104.
This is the standard you would find with Henry Deacon. You're playing at the vault.
30.
So Carl, hoping to leave it quite tidy. Should be looking at 19s. Another one will leave tops.
134. Janis, you require 74.
Perfectly timed. 1-3-4. Just piles on the pressure here on Pinker.
So there's 41 left. Are you going to go 1 or 9? 1 for tops, 9 for 32. So it's double 16. Older throw.
50.
Yeah, that was
Carl, you require
Pinker's first
40.
opportunity at the outer ring, and it could be his last.
Game shot and a match.
It did
Carl
prove
Wilson.
to be his last. Carl Wilson starting off his Group C campaign with a 4-0 win over Janis Pinker. It was comfortable in the end. After 3 legs, was averaging well in excess of 100 average. Just dropped off, but still had enough. There you see the tail of the tape. Just under a 90 average in the end for Carl Wilson, including that wonderful 1-2-5 finish. Well, next we'll see Oliver King, and he'll be taking on Rene Eidams.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidley!
On to game number 3, where we get to see Oliver King, and he'll be taking on Rene Eidams. Oliver King, the 26-year-old from Norwich, making his second appearance, and as you see there, made the semi-final on debut. Playing Rene Eidams, and he is a Super Series weekly winner. Just hasn't quite found the form that saw him lift the title just a few series ago. But he is one of those players, I think, that if he gets it right and he finds his rhythm, then he could also be a threat to make it through to another finals night.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that, Laura. I think with Rene's, there's been times where the fluency in his throw hasn't been entirely 100%, and it's noticeable with the results. But my goodness me, when the rhythm's with him, he's very hard to stop. And that's the thing, he's the only one that stopped Charlie Manby from getting 30 points on the board.
Yeah, that was proven to be no mean feat in itself. Charlie Manby completely dominated that Group A action.
Be good to see
57.
what King does in this match.
Yeah, again, you can't learn a lot, can you, from the very first match? Because especially the players that are coming in that haven't played in Group C, they may need a match or two to settle in. But I will say, for the likes of Haynes and for Wilson, they seem to have settled in pretty quickly.
Yeah, they have that, haven't they?
140.
It's like we always say, the key to darts is consistency. And, when you're playing darts nearly every night, and especially the
85.
vaults, the ADC vaults, you can see why they're doing so well in them.
I think that's the one thing that the vaults have allowed for players, that you don't have to travel far. There's normally one, within a few miles of your house, and you can play them pretty much every night. So there's just more options, opportunity, and there's that connectivity where you're playing locally to then maybe go on and play nationally. So there's just a lot of darting opportunities for players now.
And I think that's the key word, isn't it? It's the opportunity where, like we said only a couple of years ago, where this side of the darts, there isn't the non-tour card holders, there
55.
wasn't this on offer.
Oliver, you require 81.
King here, looking to seal this first leg.
41.
And that's sensible. Rene not down to a finish, so just setting up.
And to be fair, it's a good start. King would have watched both
94.
Johnny Haynes and obviously Carl
Oliver, you
Wilson
require 40.
winning the first games respectively. And he's probably thinking, what, I need a good start. And now he has
on
done.
The first leg. Oliver King. Second leg, Rene to throw first. Game on.
And to be fair, all credit to Oliver there, because that was the lowest leg of darts won in the first leg of the 3 matches
100.
this afternoon.
And I think when you go up there, there's just no better feeling.
140.
Just settle in straight away. You just feel comfortable.
Obviously, with King, when he hit that double
41.
top with the second dart, that would have gave him confidence, because, straight away, if you start missing darts at a double, the averages is it's almost killed it within 3 or 4 missed darts.
41.
And, it was a proper clean cut leg, that was.
We saw exactly that, didn't we, in the opening match? There was 19 opportunities for Johnny Haynes to add a double, but only 4 of them converted. But that's the important number to get to, is 4.
100.
Yeah, very impressed what Oliver's producing at the moment.
$100.
I think he probably, every player in this group will sense that there's an opportunity. Don't want to get cut off from that leading pack.
140. Rene, you require 120.
And let's be honest, we saw that, didn't we, in Group A, where the top 3 of that finish was always
100.
the top 3 for the 3 days.
Oliver, you require 80.
So it's 2 10s for a 14 darter, 15 for a breaker throw.
Game on the second leg. Oliver King.
Yeah, it was
Third
a big
leg,
dart.
Oliver to
Rene
throw
Eidams
first.
sat there
Game on.
comfortably on on a double, and you see your opponent do that, and it hurts.
Yeah, and it does that.
58.
What Rene must be thinking. He think, you know, I've had such a tough Group A, and we've come into Group C, it is just as bad.
140.
Yeah, I mean, Rene's a previous winner on the Challenge Tour back in 24, qualified for multiple
100.
Euro tours in his time as well. So you know, he's no stranger to these kind of situations.
You know, they're the first darts that Rene needs today.
100.
The ones that are just sticking up perfect in that treble 20, but you know, anyone that uses, you know, longer points when that dart goes below the treble 20, it's
82.
so hard to recover on them. But Rene, he's got a good chance here. Taking the throw away from King in this leg.
100.
Yeah, we have seen good stuff from him. I mean, in terms of the average Group A, he was averaging over 90 for the 3 days.
135.
Check that, he was averaging over 80, but his highest average was well over the 90, sorry.
You know, he said earlier in this match,
90.
he was the player that
Oliver,
was the only one to manage to get a win over Mamby. So, looking at 57 for the ball. Looks like it's going up for the treble 20 for 88, and that's a good
98.
recovery.
Rene requires 71.
Yeah, pressure applied, but this is a break chance for Rene Eidams. 1 dart in hand at tops.
31.
Was not far
Oliver,
from the
you
target.
require 28.
And they're the chances you do need to take in a
Game
situation.
shot on the third leg. Oliver King. Fourth leg, Rene 2
rather efficient play
Game
here
on.
from Oliver King. 3 from 5 on the doubles, including that 80 checkout. And the last 2 legs, Rene Eidams has been there ready to pounce.
60.
You know, I think that's the one thing with Rene's game. He's always been there. You know, every match he's played, he's always
81.
He's either gave himself the chance or he's missed the chance. And yeah, he must be thinking, wow, you know, this Group C is phenomenal already.
You do see it sometimes as well with
140.
players, that you kind of feel like you need that extra dart. You're always just 1 throw behind. Even when you've got the advantage of throwing first, you just find yourself in that position. I've always wondered if I could play with 4 darts, if anyone would notice. Could be that player with 4 darts and still finds 26, right?
180.
What couldn't Oliver reply?
100. Rene, you require 121.
They can set this up.
105.
He's done it perfect. To be, obviously, 12 darts thrown on 16. You think for King A, just get this leg over and done with, and then here's to throw for the
35.
match.
Rene, you require 16. Game show on the fourth leg. Rene Eidams.
13 dart leg for Rene Eidams.
Fifth leg, Oliver
For
2
Rene,
for
that was
first.
a holder
Game
throw.
on.
It's an impressive leg, and it kind of shows the levels that we've been talking about, the things that we've seen him do here at the Super Series previously.
140.
He's just getting those kind of 4 to 5, visits. Those legs want.
Yeah, that's the thing as well.
125.
You know, at the moment, as it stands, it's not for the first time that actually Rene's got a better average than his opponent and still losing.
100.
And that just tells me that his opponents are taking the chances better.
You can't deny King has most definitely done that in terms of just that efficiency
94.
on the outer ring.
And let's be honest, if you throw 95 and you got a checkout percentage of 60%, and you're doing something brilliant, aren't you? Let's be honest.
43.
Yeah, if that was me, I'd be happy with a checkout percentage of 1/10 of that.
45.
That's a great first start. Looking to fill it up.
180.
Slightly talked them in, Keegan, but I agree they were 3 really well thrown darts. Didn't think the outcome would be any different, but now sets himself up for the win.
$96.
Be
Oliver,
interesting to see
you
if he
require
splits
38.
this. Yeah, it looks like going for the 10, so it's double 14. That's a good marker.
10. Rene, you require 141.
Well, that's an outside chance.
Staying up there for the 60.
65.
So, King
Oliver, you
looking to
require
get on the board
28.
for his first win of the day. So it's 2 14s. 2 7s. Bit of an awkward dart there.
Game shot. And the match.
Found a
Oliver
way
King.
through in the end, and it is a 4-1 win for King. Very efficient on the outer ring. Just a few struggles to get over the line in the end, but over a 90 average for Oliver King. Again, another performance which is just showing the rest of the group there are some players that want that title. Coming up next, Bradley O'Connor's back playing Carl Wilson.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
McGuire,
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
McGuire,
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6 7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
McGuire,
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia McGuire,
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
McGuire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia McGuire, 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV. be an interesting affair. This one we've got Bradley against Cole. You know, Bradley showed a lot of signs of consistency in his game, especially against Johnny Haynes, and Carl Wilson is picking up like he did the last time he was there.
Yeah, it's like he's never left the stage, isn't it? He was impressive in that 4-0 victory over Pinker. 4 from 5 on the outer ring. The only slip he made on the doubles was right at the very end. And if you can call missing one to a double or a slip.
It definitely looks like
57.
So it looks like, I find that
99.
The last couple of days, Bradley's been coming into his own sort of player. And, I think it just looks more relaxed today.
85.
And that's the thing. It's kind of finding that balance, isn't it? To have the adrenaline to get the best out of yourself, but not too much so you can be relaxed enough to play. It's a strange combination to try and find.
100.
You know, I refer to a lot of things in darts like this. It's the seesaw balance, isn't it? You don't want too much, but you don't want too little.
140.
It's like a little Goldilocks spot.
I don't mind porridge either. So Carl hit.
126.
It's good 1-2-6 there. Attacking the O'Connor throat from the get-go.
And I think for O'Connor in that opening match against Johnny Haynes,
43.
you mentioned, I think the one frustration will be he had chances in nearly all of the legs. He was 2 from 15 on the doubles. If that is a stat he can improve when he's got the opportunities to see off legs, then he most definitely could
92.
be a danger.
Yeah, definitely. And this is the group where, you said in Group A, this is, Group A, well, actually,
95.
all the groups this week, these are the
Carl,
groups
you
where
require 84.
you don't want to lose the first couple of games because you're straight away, you're chasing the board. So you'll be looking at 14. So it's a bullseye to go 1-0 up.
59. Bradley
I know Carl
require
Wilson likes a
81.
bullseye, that 1-2-5 finish he had in the first match. Just a fraction away, and it's same target here
56.
for O'Connor, same outcome.
Carl, you require 25.
So this is 25 for a break of rope. So it'll be 2-8.
No score. Bradley, you require 25.
Yeah, slip there for Wilson.
9.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we were talking about.
Carl,
O'Connor
you require
presented
25.
the chance and just can't quite see it off at the end.
So it's 2-8. It's a good marker.
17.
Gone the wrong way.
Bradley, you require 16.
2-2s.
Game shot on the first leg. Bradley O'Connor. Second leg,
Hold a
Carl,
throw
2
for O'Connor.
first.
There were chances for
Game
both
on.
players, but it was O'Connor just held it all together in the end for double 2.
$85.
You know, this is the type of game where Carl doesn't really want to get into a dogfight with Bradley because, we saw
55.
in Carl's previous last match when he played Janis, it was more the fact that he didn't struggle to get over the line, but the 1 or 2 inconsistent throws
58.
crept into the game.
Yeah, it was that scoring power that we saw in the first 3 legs. It just kind of dropped off, didn't it? Like you say, a few treble-less visits forced him to hit a big
123.
2 treble. But got there in the end.
Well, that's a great first start there from Carl, looking to fill that up.
140. $59.
So it looks like more than likely Carl will hold throw here
38.
until Keegan puts the jinx on it.
Yeah, Bradley really needs to find a big treble.
29. $160.
That's played it safe then, didn't he? Eh? The 160 off the 180.
30.
If there's ever a score that you don't want to bust, come on, we've seen it with players before. We've seen it with players actually to the extreme that from that point they'll actually go for a treble 12 now.
No score. $40. Carl, you require 20.
So it's double 10 for Colt.
Yeah, and the last visit from O'Connor means that Carl Wilson is afforded 6, only needs the 3.
The second leg. Carl Wilson. Third leg, Bradley to Thoreau first. Game on.
I feel, I don't know about you, Laura, but I feel there's a lot of similarities between this game with Carl, with Bradley, than it was with Bradley and Johnny in the first set of games.
Yeah, it just has that little bit extra edge to it, doesn't it? And you know if one player takes off that they can completely dominate the whole match, but neither taking the ball by the horns.
140.
And we allude to it so many times. You're so right there. It only takes one player to go 100, and then the other will go 140, and it's always going to happen.
140.
It's that whole expression, isn't it? Do you play the player or do you play the board? And I know a lot of us got there and say, oh no, obviously I play the board. It's all about just me focusing
45.
on my game. But quite more often than not, players are reactive to what's happening in front of them.
Yeah, that is true.
70.
It's good recovery, that. So Brady got a good chance if he can find a 2 treble visit. He'll put Carl's 151 under pressure.
26. Carl, you require 151.
I think this is the type of area where, well, Carl's got other ideas here. So he's got 88 left. Should be looking at another treble 20.
123.
Had that whole bed available and just squeezed it in that top left corner.
25.
I find this is the type of area with Bradley's game from the 250s to the 150s that he struggles with.
Game shot on the third leg.
No struggles there on the doubles for Wilson, though. Yeah, I agree. I think with players, when it comes to those set-up shots, you're thinking to yourself, right,
game on.
Big score here, big score here. Whereas when you start off a leg, you're just throwing probably without as much thought.
Yeah, it's a lot easier, isn't it? When you start going 140, turn, leaves you 261, and all of a sudden it's that sort of pressure.
136.
You think, right, I need to find a treble, and then if I miss the treble, do I go for the 17s? What do I do in that situation? And it's like anything
24.
with darts. It's all about routines, isn't it? It's all about routines and muscle memory.
$97. $32.
Yeah, and now as the game's progressing, what you're seeing from O'Connor is just losing that line, that ability to just keep them straight. And I think that's kind of, I'm not saying what pressure is not a word that I like to use,
100.
but I think it's the pressure you apply to yourself.
Yeah, definitely. You can see that in the throw. As I said before, when the throw's there,
85.
He's there. If that, and it sounds so daft, but as soon as you put any sort of pressure on your dart, that's when they start going to the left or the right, or they start falling below the treble, and
28.
And all of a sudden it can manifest very quick.
And I think each player's hold their tension in their body, differently. Mine very much, if I'm not relaxed, it sits in the shoulder, so you're just more likely, like you say, to lose the line, pull them left, right, and centre.
So it's double top for a fantastic 140 finish.
100.
Nearly found another finish for the show reels.
100. Carl, you require 40.
So it's double top for a 16 darter holder throw. Set a friend or
Game
and it
shot
goes
on
in
the
there.
fourth leg.
Cracking darts
Carl
there.
Wilson.
It's a really good dart as well because his darts, they kind of land straight flat in the board. So to get one underneath, that's not always straightforward.
Game on.
Yeah, it's definitely not easy, that sort of style of throw, especially with the thinner flight.
47.
And what I've noticed as well with Bradley, when he is getting it straight, they're dropping low, which is then, because his stand up, it just blocks the bed, forcing the switch, and that's when the troubles come.
140.
That's the type of throw, isn't it? Where obviously
26.
just describing there. Yeah, I find darts and golf are obviously very similar. We're all using the arm and the shoulder, and
135.
darts is no different to golf. If you can't get it nice and smooth and straight, that's when they start slicing it.
87.
It was a good switch in the end, but you can almost see this kind of exasperation on the face of O'Connor. It's just not quite going.
134.
Yeah, it's cracking darts there. To be on 92 after 9 on your opponent's throat.
125.
Carl Wilson making a charge for the finish line.
So another one, relief tops.
52.
This is where you've got to keep going, though. Just try and apply a bit of a pressure to your opponent.
56. Carl, you require 40. Game shot.
Brilliant darts there for Carl, 13 darter. It's a good win for the Carl in the end. If you're happy with that, couple of mixed doubles, but a good performance overall, wasn't it?
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. 4 games have already been played, and we just saw Carl Wilson have a second victory of the afternoon session with a 4-1 win over O'Connor. Well, I know Johnny Haynes will be looking to follow in those footsteps. Johnny Haynes won his first match 4-2. As for Rene Eidams, put in a really good performance. Actually had, in terms of stats, the highest average so far, but ended up a 4-1 loser to Oliver King. So plenty to play for.
First leg, Rene to throw first. Game on.
You know, one thing we've said about Rene's game all week, we've said it so many times, he's lost and still had the highest average.
58.
I think, based on the first game, he had that exceptional 13-dart leg. If you have a leg like that and cut your opponent adrift, then yes, it will reflect in the average.
180.
What I think he needs to find is just that consistency where he's, 1-2 treble visits, going out, between 12, 15 darts. That's going to be difficult for most players to beat.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Johnny wants to come out of the blocks fighting because
100.
Knowing Johnny as well as I do, he's probably thinking, you know what, that wasn't the best of starts, but a win is a win. And obviously watching how Rene played that first game, I thought, do you know what, I need to up it.
60.
So far, that's what he's doing.
Yeah, and I think the average, it was just under an 80 average for Johnny
95.
Haynes, but it's reflective of the fact that he missed 15 darts at a double. That really will drag the average down. So the scoring side of things wasn't really an issue for Johnny. It was just seeing out those legs just a bit more
45.
efficiently.
Johnny, you require
And let's be honest,
126.
15 darts is another leg, played by hitting 0.
$86.
For a minute there, I never thought if Johnny might have gone for the bullseye.
44.
I think there are some players out
Johnny,
there that we would say were
40.
flamboyant that like to do that. Johnny's really old school. Just set it up, see it out.
So it's 2 10s for Johnny to get the open the leg on the board.
Game shot on the first leg. Johnny Haynes.
Yeah, it's an early breaker throw for Johnny Haynes. Out with 15.
Second leg, Johnny to throw first. Game on.
This is the thing, I've especially noticed this week in the comms that, when they has a good game,
100.
sometimes this game then comes back 2 paces to the next one and just can't get the consistency right.
180.
You ever notice when we're commentating, right? As soon as you say something, the absolute opposite happens. It's a maximum.
134.
All the time. Come on, we don't want to see a 9 dart. No, we don't want the 9, do we? Or do we?
It's back-to-back 180s for Rene Eidams. Haynes has set himself up nicely as well, though. But it's 1-4-1 here for Rene Eidams.
Here we go, treble 20, looking down the bottom. Oh,
94.
that's unlucky.
Yeah, 7
Johnny
consecutive
require
treble 20s. It's a shame he had to switch because he wasn't missing.
But Haynes here, 17 for the ball. Oh,
Game shot on the second leg.
that's absolute
Haynes.
filth.
Third leg, Rene to throw first.
I mean, if you are Rene Eidams, right now you are going to be
Game
scratching
on.
your head. When we look at the averages, 111 for Haynes, over 100 for Rene Eidams, and Rene finds himself 2-0 down.
And this is why we love the
97.
game as we do.
Yeah, how often we say it's all about timing. That was a perfectly timed 1-2-7 for Johnny Haynes.
60.
And it goes back. Johnny's a previous tour card holder. Obviously done his bit on the seniors and obviously the ADC.
180.
So he's definitely got the pedigree there he's got the experience. He's not phased about somebody having the chance to miss the 9. He knows that he can take it out before he gets to the 12.
180.
Now Johnny Haynes is also getting involved in the 180 party. 3 maximums for Eidams, 2 for Johnny Haynes. We're only in the third leg.
I'm quite glad I'm not playing this match.
$85. Rene, you require 90.
Is he staying there? Yeah, he is. So it's double top for a 12 darter.
Game shot on the third leg. Rene Eidams.
Yeah, back-to-back 12 dart legs, one for Haynes and that one there for
Fourth
Eidams.
leg, Johnny to
Just see, look at the 15, 12 and 12. This is some match.
Let's get marker there for Johnny.
60.
Lucky not to get more. But this is where you think Rene has to go. You know, he has to kick on.
98.
You know, and let's be honest, looking at the score, and there's nothing to say Rene could have had 2 back-to-back 12 darters. But it was just that fantastic 1-2-7 that obviously
60.
Johnny took out on the ball.
$58.
Yeah, I thought he may have switched after that first start. He's another player where they stand up, so if they go low, it just blocks the target. Whereas for Johnny Haynes, he just slides across the oche just to
61.
open up a better angle.
You know, I always say, as soon as you can't see, you know, about 10% of the bed,
177.
time to switch. That's a brilliant 177 there for Rene.
45.
You feel it? The momentum's definitely shifting. Is he staying there? And he does. Cracking darts there. After 12 to be leaving 28.
Well, you said it yourself. We've seen moments of brilliance from Rene Eidams, but it's just been that consistency
58.
when he's really backing it
Rene,
up
you
in
require
this fourth
28.
leg.
So it's 2 14s.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Rene Eidams.
Absolutely
Fifth leg,
fantastic
Rene
stand
to
of this
Farouk
match.
first.
Johnny went off 15
Game
and
on.
12. Rene's replied with 12 and 13. And look how big them averages are.
140.
Yeah, no signs of wilting from Rene Eidams.
58.
Looking at, you know, look at Rene. He's had 3 180s and 1 score above the 170. Yeah, and that's why his averages, you know, at
92.
the moment, over the 110 mark.
Yeah, for his Group A campaign, actually had the second highest amount of maximums himself with 16 because Charlie Manby just had an unbelievable 31.
180.
I'm going to see another. For a minute, that was a perfect throw there
125.
for Rene to go 180. But what a fantastic match this is.
Yeah, and it was an important recovery, I think, for Eidams, because if I only found the single, he wouldn't have left himself on a finish.
180. Rene, you require 144.
Surely not. Probably looking at treble 13 to leave double top. This is 79.
78. Johnny, you require 83.
This is the darts we love to watch, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been an exceptional match so far.
Game
Johnny
shot on the
Haynes
fifth
once
leg.
again
Johnny Haynes.
finds the combination finish and denies Rene Eidams a chance back at the oche.
Sixth leg, Johnny to Farouk first. Game on.
How is Rene feeling at this point? Because I would feel as sick as a chip. That's what I'm going to be honest.
96.
Just leaves you scratching your head slightly, but I think you have to have confidence in that ability. I mean, he's averaging 10 points higher than his opponent, but he's 3-2 down. Confidence in the fact that you can keep doing it.
And do you know what the weirdest thing is? He's 10 points in front of Johnny in the averages, and Johnny's averaging 100.
140.
It's not like Johnny's averaging 80 and Rene's averaging 90. These are both averaging above the 100 mark.
$60.
Yeah, and you feel, even though it was straight, there were 3 well-thrown darts. Is that the opportunity for Haynes just to edge ahead?
45.
Doesn't make the most of it.
Yeah, just like we said earlier, you need that one person to hit something decent for the other to respond. I was going to say bang on cue, but you know, it's just such an easy game to watch, isn't it? When you've got 2 players throwing at a good consistent speed.
140.
And that's quite important because I think they complement each other in terms of their styles and the way they like to play.
85. Johnny, you require 80.
So Haynesy, 80 for the match, looking at treble 20. And it does, so it's double 10, 14 data.
Game shot. And
What a game of darts.
Johnny Haynes.
Yeah, fantastic game between the pair. 4-2 to Johnny Haynes in the end, but the stats, the averages, it had a bit of everything. Rene Eidams, just the 2 chances at the outer ring, and you can see he converted them. He was denied by a 1-2-7, but absolutely outstanding from the pair. Match of the afternoon. More to come with Pinkett taking on King.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit!
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
Wow, what a match we have just been treated to. A fantastic win for Johnny Haynes, 4-2 over Rene Eidams. Rene Eidams averaging 107 and still only managing the next 2 legs. So this next game, I think those players would have been in the back, especially the likes of King, and seen that performance. And I've got this feeling he's going to want to lay down a bit of a marker himself here.
Yeah, definitely. King came out 90 average in his 4-1 win over Rene in the first game. I think he's got the potential,
First leg, Janis to
easily kick
Game
on from the first game to average 10 plus easily.
He's almost like one of those first start merchants. There was a 180 hit in that
35.
first match, that when that first one went in, it just looked like nothing was going to miss.
Just like that.
180.
That doesn't happen that often for us, does it?
85.
Before today, I got literally every prediction wrong, but they do say a clock's right twice a day. Wrong, obviously a broken clock's right twice a day.
75.
So I'm thinking, was he going 171 for the 3 balls?
I mean, he's thinking ahead. I know that is the
30.
golden 9-dart finish, because obviously just a normal 9-dart is just not good enough anymore. So
That's boring, them 9 darters, aren't they?
100. 26. Oliver, you require 146.
as for Pinker, it was a bit of a struggle. He went down 4-0 to Wilson.
121.
It's a bit of an unlucky slip there to leave 25.
61. Oliver, you require 25.
You just feel with King can keep playing up this. He's, unfortunately, Pinker's not going to.
No score.
That's the 3rd bust of the day. But you just feel like King may be too powerful in this encounter.
Yeah, it's proving to look that way at the moment.
60. Oliver, you require 25.
Says 25. Double 8. 2 falls.
Game show on the first leg. Oliver King.
Yeah, despite the slip, there was no real drama for King in
Second
the
leg,
opener.
Oliver to throw first.
Break a
Game
throw,
on.
and you mentioned it in Pinker's first game. He has. We've seen some highs. He had that 88 average
91.
in Group A, but then there are the lows that go alongside it.
That's the thing. It's the inconsistencies.
45.
Unfortunately, he's just run into players that have outplayed
95.
him, should we say? At times, Janis has definitely showed us what he can do. But it's just getting it all together, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think the other thing that
39.
you perhaps have to consider is, obviously he's played 3 days here already. How often do players get the opportunity or the chance to play 5 days in a row? Sometimes it's about just
140.
managing that as well, because I know sometimes if I had a couple of weeks off and I go back and play a full day's darts, the kind of tension in your arm, it's tight. So there are lots of elements that you do need to consider.
Yeah, 100%. Let's be honest. The only people that would be playing 5 or more days in a row would be
59.
tour card holders, where they go from obviously the Pro Tour to a European to then potentially exhibitions, and you think that could be just a normal tour card holder, but when you add things like the Premier League in, Premier League players are more or less playing every day. It's a bit different if you're only used to playing maybe once a week or twice a week.
Game show on the second
Absolutely
leg.
superb there
Oliver King.
from King going 2-0 up, but I think
Third leg, Janis to
it's not a
throw
reality
first.
check, but
Game
it's
on.
very hard if you're only playing once or twice a week compared to people that are playing 5 or 6 nights a week.
100.
Yeah, it's totally different. It's a different setup, different scenario you find yourself in, and let's be honest, this Group C is really heating up.
140.
It's a solid start, really, for the opening few games, but it's just one of those. It feels like one of those sessions that it's just getting better and better, and none so good as that previous
58.
match.
At the moment, you've obviously got Johnny, Carl, and Oliver.
60.
And if the table keeps going as it does, only 2 of them out of that 3 can get through.
Yeah, and you really do have to
60.
give some kind of commiserations to Rene Eidams at the moment, because he finds himself at the foot of the table, having produced 2 of the three highest averages we've seen so far this afternoon.
He had, in that opening, obviously, he had 91, 97, and then obviously the previous match, 107.8. It's just, it is a phenomenal standard. And to
45.
lose, like we said, if you're usually 10 points in front of your opponent, one's averaging 80 and you're averaging 90, you say, well, maybe a missed double, but you've got both players averaging over the 100 mark.
Looking to fill it up.
140. Oliver, you require 108.
So this is another chance for a ton plus. So it's double top. Oh,
Game
superb.
on a third leg. Oliver King. Fourth leg, Oliver to throw first.
Yeah, Oliver King so far today, he's only dropped the one leg, and that was in his opener against Rene Eidams, whereas Pinkett hasn't picked up a leg yet. When you find yourself in that scenario, you kind of get desperate just to rack up a few legs, let alone wins.
It's like we said in the beginning, beginning of the day, how hard is it to relax until you win your first leg? And you feel for Janis, he's just unfortunately ran into two good darters.
140.
Yeah, Wilson averaged just shy of 90, and at the moment Oliver King averaging around 96.5. So as you say, really has run into some top performances.
59.
You think with Oliver, he had just over a 90 average in that first one, so he's putting points on his average. Everybody's
134.
looking at this group thinking, do you know what? Let's do some damage.
$96.
King
Oliver,
looking to join Carl Wilson and Johnny Haynes on 4 points with a win here.
So another one for 32. So it's double 16 to wrap it up.
Game shot and a match.
What a way
Oliver
to
King.
wrap up the match. A 1-3-4 finished in style by Oliver King, and it brings his average over the 100 mark as well. Wasn't to be for Pinkett, just didn't get into the match, but it's that man there that joins Wilson and Haynes on 4 points. There's the tail of the tape, but come back after this short break where we'll see Bradley O'Connor take on Rene Eidams.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
What an afternoon session we've had so far. There you can see the results. Johnny Haynes kicking things off with a 4-2 win, backed up by a 4-0 win for Carl Wilson. Oliver King followed suit, and they are the players to be chasing. Johnny Haynes in an excellent 4-2 win over Rene Eidams, match of the session so far. But it's been very dominant from Haynes, Wilson and King so far. And there you can see the table and the dominance of those three players at the top. You've got O'Connor, Eidams and Pinkett in 4, 5 and 6. And you have to feel for Rene Eidams because he's put in two really top performances, but unfortunately nothing to show for it. And it's those three that the rest of the pack are going to have to try and chase down. Yeah, well, we move back to the action. And it is Rene Eidams back on the oche. And he's taking on Bradley O'Connor. And Bradley O'Connor in his Group A campaign, he only had a couple of wins in Group A, but one of them did come at the expense of Eidams on day one, and it happened to be the best performance that we have seen so far from Bradley O'Connor as well. So I think Rene Eidams, he's going to be aware of the fact that he has fallen short against O'Connor already once this week. He's not going to want to do it again because his performances so far today have been exceptional.
Bradley to throw first.
Yeah, he doesn't. He wants to continue the way that he's playing. You know, it's like we said, to be having a running average of just under 100 for the two games
39.
and not to get a win, it's just unlucky, isn't it? Let's be honest. But yeah, this is the game where he just needs to come out all guns blazing like he has.
60.
And attack the board and kind of forget who he's playing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, well, if he keeps playing at the levels that we saw, there wasn't one leg that went over 15 darts. In fact, there was only one leg that was 15 darts. All the rest won in 12, 13 and 14 between Eidams and Johnny Haynes.
180.
And absolutely, he's continuing the same. But, you know, like you just alluded to there, Laura, them legs, the world-class legs, they're not just
60
good legs, they're fantastic.
No, it's one of those matches, you know, we're sat in comms and, you know, we're in such a privileged position in terms of, you know, what we get to talk about and what we see. But it's one of those ones that I could have
44.
just easily said nothing and just watched because it just spoke for itself.
You know, let's be honest, when you've got
57.
that sort of game where every leg was just, it just looked like easy, didn't it? It's just too easy for both of them. And like you said, we don't have to talk about nothing. We literally just watch darts and say they're both doing fantastic. And it was definitely a nice pace to the board.
43. Rene, you require 112.
It should be a good marker. Just pulls it low.
60.
So O'Connor hit. Can apply some pressure. Looking at the 19s option. Two treble 19s were left to 32.
54. Rene, you require 52.
Already finding himself on the back foot. Eidams 2 darts at 32.
Game shot on the first leg.
Yeah, and it's
Rene
efficiently
Eidams.
taken. It's a breaker throw for Rene Eidams.
You know,
Second leg, Rene to throw first.
Rene would
Game
be happy
on.
with that. It was a proper clean takeout.
180.
Well, you can't say anything other than the fact that Rene Eidams knows how to hit a 180. He went 7 into a 9 in his previous match. 7 into a 9 and didn't actually get a shot at a double.
Yeah,
70.
when that happens, you just think, what do I have to do? And I think that's Rene's caption at the moment.
50.
That's a perfect first start.
140.
It's like we said earlier. When he gets the motion of the dart thrown properly, it's there. It's there to be seen.
83.
That he's a world-class
Rene, you
performer.
require 111.
And once again, he's just run into people playing better.
Game showing the second leg. Rene Eidams.
But what you're seeing, I think, he looks more relaxed.
Third leg, Bradley to Faro first. Game on.
Keep going. Darts are doing the talking. The results you would expect will come eventually. Because even though you've lost that first couple, you've still got more games to come. If you can just pick up the wins at the back end, you can keep yourself in contention.
Yeah, let's be honest.
100.
This is a totally different environment to 99% of darts competitions. Usually it's a straight knockout basis, and do you know
140.
what? You've got time to put it right. And to be fair to Rene, he's not done nothing wrong, has he?
No, really hasn't. Just been denied those chances.
94.
I think that's the story of the week, where everyone's literally thrown the kitchen sink at him.
180.
As we see O'Connor hitting his first 180 of the Atai.
58. Bradley, you require
Yeah,
149.
this is a good leg, though, from O'Connor.
So double 16.
117.
Now, if that went in, I think Rene would have just gone home.
Yeah, but for O'Connor, he knows he's coming back.
125. Bradley, you require 32.
So it's 2/16.
Game shot on the third leg. Bradley O'Connor.
Yeah, and that's so far the best leg
Fourth
for
leg, Rene
O'Connor
to
this
Faro
afternoon.
first.
1 in
Game
13
on.
darts.
$41.
So out of the last 13 legs, 11 of them have all been under
180.
the 15, sub 15.
Goes back to what we were saying before. We know we had quality and calibre in the
123.
field. And it was one of those groups that's quite hard to call because performance is all on the day. And O'Connor...
180.
Now, O'Connor did do this. He did do this against Rene in his victory in the last leg.
41.
So there's a chance now for the 141.
Bradley, you require 141.
It is down the bottom. Oh,
And that is almost a carbon copy of
94.
exactly what Rene Eidams did a couple of matches ago.
but the bonus is O'Connor knows Rene can't take out 296.
60. Bradley, you require 47.
No, O'Connor can take out 47. 2 in hand at tops.
7.
What pressure can he put over O'Connor? That's
140.
good darts there to leave 96.
Bradley, you require 40. Game show on the fourth leg. Bradley O'Connor.
13 dart followed by a 14 dart level match here at 2 apiece. And Bradley O'Connor's
Fifth
just
leg,
found a bit
Bradley
of a
to
spark
Faro
up there
first.
on the hockey.
Game on.
And once again, Rene's averaging higher than his opponent, and they're both averaging above 90.
17.
These are the slips for O'Connor that we have seen earlier on this afternoon. He can't afford to have.
And this is where the experience of Rene comes in.
140.
And I think that tells you everything you need to know. That frustration has been building for Rene Eidams.
67.
I remember years ago, Paul Nicholson had such a good idea that when you lose, obviously on the Pro Tour, you should be able to go
59.
into a room and just a quiet room and then have a punch bag there. And I just think, do you know what? That's what Rene needs today. That's what he needs. He needs a punch bag.
43.
Just for 5 minutes. Just to let some steam off.
I'll be honest, he probably feels like he's been the punch bag today with every performance he's put in and still no points. Have you seen those rooms?
58.
You know, those like rage rooms. That's what you want. Just somewhere where you can just go wild, let off some steam, and yeah, it's probably not the worst idea.
82.
Yeah, I think what we need to get here at the Modus Super Series is an extension at the back of the venue. Put the rage room in there. And obviously put a camera in there because we want to see it, don't we?
140.
What do you mean? We'll probably be in it more than the players.
$32. Rene, you require 104. $64.
Let's get darts there to leave tops after 15.
$34. Rene, you require 40.
This to go within one of his first win of the day. Yeah, I was going to say, does he go for it? Does he bust? Absolutely. I think that's a sensible option.
There's too many times this week where Rene's missed his opportunity.
95. Rene, you require 40. Game show on the 5th leg.
Yeah, and it
Rene
proved to
Eidams.
work out well for Eidams in the end. Goes within one, but has the
Sixth
luxury
leg,
of throwing
Rene to
first.
throw
And I just
first.
wonder what kind of
Game on.
roar he might get at the end if he crosses the line.
180.
Absolutely ridiculous standard that's being produced here at the Modus Super Series.
100.
Yeah, 6 maximums in this match alone. 3 apiece for O'Connor and Eidams.
58. $140.
But O'Connor in this match proving really hard to shake.
60.
So far, in the 3 matches that Rene's played, they've had
95.
13. He's had 13 180s in 3 games of darts. That's just ridiculous.
60.
So you feel actually O'Connor could be wrestling the throw off.
81.
Bit of a loose one
Rene, you
with
require
the last.
143. $93.
Let's get darts
Bradley,
there.
you require 85.
Bradley got a chance. It'd be 20 for the ball.
And that is the cardinal sin, missing the single number, denying yourself
45.
that chance at levelling up.
Rene, you require 50.
He slipped into the treble, but it's double 10 for the match.
Game shot.
Double
And
10
the match,
is
Rene
found,
Eidams.
and it is a win for Rene Eidams. He has performed brilliantly today, and there was no exception there, averaging just under 90 to deny a comeback from Bradley O'Connor, who had an exceptional purple patch in the middle of the match. There is the tail of the tape, but we've got plenty more action to come. And coming up next, Carl Wilson takes on Oliver King.
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV. Oh, what an afternoon we're having here at the moment at the live lounge. We've got a tasty little affair coming up with Carl Wilson against Oliver King. And I'll tell you what, so far, it wouldn't surprise me, we might see a 9 in this match.
Yep, we've had a couple of players already threaten it. Bradley O'Connor in the last went 7 deep, as did Rene Eidams a few matches ago. But this is an interesting match for me because we've seen both these players up there. They've both played really consistently throughout the afternoon at a good level. But this is where we will start to see the table take a little bit of shape because they've won both their games so far today. Only one of them can go on to 6 points and clear at the top of the table.
You know, this is the tail of the match where look at Carl start here.
140.
This is the match where if you're going to lose, you want to lose 4-3. But if you're going to win, make sure you win 4-0.
Yeah, because of the strength that we've seen from the likes of Haynes, King and Wilson, all three of those players haven't lost a match as yet. You do feel that could be a group where leg difference comes into play just to decide who gets through.
139.
And what a start from Wilson in this one.
140.
Yeah, I don't want to say this is the true first test for both players. But yeah, it'd be good to see how they both react
40.
to both of them hitting good scores against each other.
I understand what you're saying because I think in the opening couple of matches, you know, that they're kind of seeing how they're playing. Now they've both won both their games. It just feels like it's just got that bit more importance on it more than anything else. And that comes with a little bit of additional pressure for the player.
That's a brilliant treble 20 there from Carl. So lucky not to fill it up there.
100.
This is the bit that makes me laugh about darts nowadays. Why are people getting annoyed by hitting a ton?
121. Carl, you require 82.
Yeah, you do see a lot of head shaking at scores that you think, right, no, just you hold it all together.
62. Oliver, you require 106.
I remember when an 85 was a good score.
Tops for the break.
66. Carl, you require 20.
So it's 2 10s for Wilson to win the opening. That's a good marker.
James on the first leg. Carl Wilson.
Yeah, survived a bit of a scare there because King had the chance.
Second leg, Oliver to throw
Wilson
first.
early doors.
Game on.
Yeah, let's be honest. If King got that 106, that would have been 4
50.
ton plus checkouts on the bounce. Because in his previous match against Janis, he took out 116, 108, and he won the match on 134.
60.
In terms of Group C campaigns, this has got to be up
45.
there with one of the best standards that I've seen.
And our most consistent player is 4th in the group.
55.
Yeah, make sense of that what you will, but that's why we love the darts. Even if you think, you know, you just never do until it's all signed, sealed and delivered.
140.
And that's why we love it. It's so unpredictable. Darts, you know, one day is absolutely fantastic, and the next day you're thinking, have I picked these darts up before? Look at the 20s for the 170.
96.
There's another thing I've noticed with this group as well, that predominantly the board management, the ability to set up has been pretty good as well.
170.
Looking to set it up. Another one relief 36.
96.
So lucky not to. But no, totally agree with you there, Laura. The setup play has been absolutely fantastic. Where, you know, these have been faultless.
140. Oliver, you require 74.
It's a little bit of pressure on the 74. Oliver looking for 20 for tops. Double top.
Game showing the second leg.
Yeah, it's a great
Oliver
dart
King.
because, as we know with 60, that first 20 that you hit can be a bit of a blocker, and you
Third
saw
leg,
King
Carl
there
to
slide
throw first.
along the oche
Game on.
just to make sure he had the biggest angle possible. He looks quite happy with that.
I'd be quite happy.
$100.
Yeah, and let's be honest, it wouldn't surprise me if this was one in the last leg. They don't want it to go to a last leg, but we do.
57.
Yeah, actually, just looking over the scores for the date, we haven't had one yet to go to a last leg decider.
57.
The most common score line we've had today has been 4-2 victories.
59.
That was obviously Johnny against Bradley. Second one was obviously Johnny against Rene. And then obviously Rene against Bradley.
100.
I think this is the type of match where
60.
you know what your opponent can do, and then and it works vice versa, and then you're waiting for the other to kick in.
It has that feel, doesn't it?
100.
I'm not going to say they're happy with it, but if it goes with throw up to a point, obviously they are going to be. I think they're going to be happy enough with it just to keep themselves kind of level. If
96.
It's just waiting for a
All
slip
you
from your
require
opponent and you get ready to pounce.
And this is what pressure does. Pressure is a weird thing in any sport, but when you've came in,
100.
you're relaxing. When you're playing someone that's second and first in the group, you're thinking, right, I need to win. But winning's no different to what they've both been doing all afternoon, and they've been doing it very, very well.
43. Carl, you require 44.
Wilson afforded a bit of a luxury there, has 6 for 44.
$12.
In any other match, let's be honest, Wilson would have took that out in 2 darts.
Yeah, his finishing's been exceptional, and now he's going to be under a bit more
100.
pressure.
Carl, you require 32.
He's got 3 darts at 32 to keep the throw. That's a good lie. Surely.
Game showing the third leg. Carl Wilson.
Yeah, works it in the end, and I think when you've thrown first in the
Fourth
leg and
leg,
it goes
Oliver
to the last
to throw
dart,
first.
there is that
Game
little
on.
bit of relief involved.
It's such a weird environment where
100.
when you're watching your opponent, well, you can be the dart player as well. When you go up there, you're thinking, right, just take 32 out on 1 dart, and it gets to the third, you're thinking, oh, please. And it goes in, you think, oh, massive sign of relief.
180.
It's a good start from Colt. When it's 4th leg, and there's nothing worse, Laura, is there, where your opponent starts missing the first dart. If it went in, you think, do you know what? It's clean cut. I can live with that. Hit the second dart, you're thinking, once again, it's not going to bother me too much. But there's nothing worse when somebody hits it the third dart. It's because you think there's a small chance I could nick it. And when they take it out third, it feels like a knife right through the heart.
53.
And also as a player, you're stood at the back, aren't you? And you're waiting and you think, right, okay, this leg's over, think about the next one. So that's where your mind's at. And all of a sudden, you start preparing yourself again to go back to the oche because you think there's a glimmer of hope. I agree. It is not a nice feeling. We were talking earlier about darts going with the throw. Well, Wilson, courtesy of that 180 that you started off the leg with, he's got a bit of an advantage here. If he can find a couple of trebles, King could be in a bit of trouble.
59. Oliver, you require 148.
So Oliver, it's a first start staying there. So it's double 14 for 148.
134. Carl, you require 120.
This is the type of shot I think it's easier to how Carl's darts go in. And I think treble 28.
60. Oliver, you require 14.
It's a bit, I don't want to say negativity from both players, but they're not bouncing over the oche in this affair.
Game showing the 4th leg. Oliver King.
No, again, it's reflective of the fact that you're in a
Fifth
group
leg,
really
Carl
where
to
you've
throw
got
first.
3
Game
players
on.
that are dominating, but you've also got Rene Eidams now. He's got that win under his belt. He's chasing. You just know that this could be a match that proves all important when it comes to the end of play tomorrow afternoon.
55.
That's a good adjustment on the treble 20.
85.
And all of a sudden, this match goes from a best of 7 to a best of 3.
58.
Yeah, and let's be honest, this is where Carl Wilson has made a name for himself playing the ADC. And obviously, the majority of the ADC matches are obviously best of 3 in the group stages.
123.
And you're literally playing the king of best of 3 in the southeast at the moment.
129.
The ADC, they're again, it's round robin, but it is cutthroat best of 3. Anyone's game.
94.
It's 259. Should be looking at 19s.
$95.
That's a good recovery for the 57 for the last. So you feel here, actually, Kings semi-wrestled the darts off.
140. Carl, you require 164.
Yeah, and that's a massive visit because now Wilson's throw is under threat.
See, that's a weird one, 'cause 164, I thought
57.
The 19 options would
Oliver,
have
you
been a
require
better.
59. 19.
And they were missed by some distance.
Carl, you require 107.
And again, it's just that opportunity that's been presented and you can't quite make the most of it.
$51.
Getting a bit nervy.
Oliver, you
I think
require
both players
40.
understands the importance of this match, especially on the league table as it is.
Game show on the 5th leg. Oliver King.
There is that breaker throw that Oliver King's been looking for. Now he gets the
6th
opportunity
leg,
to
Oliver
serve
to
out the
throw
match.
first. Game on.
I think that's, we've been treated to some absolutely fantastic darts this afternoon. We're saying this, they look nervous, a bit of a scrappy
100.
affair at times, but Oliver's winning legs are still 18, 17 and 17. So to us, we're like, well, but actually, as a whole, still fantastic darts.
Yeah, and sometimes we obviously wax lyrical about the big averages and the good finishing stats.
60.
But sometimes some of the best games to watch are the ones that are edgy, the ones that are a little bit scrappy, missed opportunities. It just heightens that bit of drama. I'm sure the players absolutely hate it, but for us
58.
as watchers, yeah, they're exciting to watch too.
I'll be honest, I'll be the first one to admit I absolutely hate playing in the last leg decider, but yet love watching it at the same time.
180.
Oh, what a time to find a maximum. Oliver King now down to a 161 finish after just 9 darts.
140. Oliver, you require 161.
So what a way would this be to finish it off? So it's treble 20. So it's 90 left.
89.
And I've got a feeling if he'd found that treble 20, he would have gone for it. He wouldn't have had to because Wilson back on 218, but just get that feeling.
Definitely. I think
98.
as well, you want to send
Oliver, you
signals back
require
to the camp,
72.
don't you? To say, look, if you want to beat me, this is what you have to do. So it's 48 for 24.
Game shot and a match.
And it is
Oliver
a game
King.
shot, and it is Oliver King that moves on to 6 points. Was too dominant towards the back end of the match, and Carl Wilson does lose his first game of the afternoon. To see him there shaking his head, just dropped off slightly, but King perfectly timed maximum. There you see the tail of the tape. Coming up next, we've got Johnny Haynes back taking on Janis Pinker.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lava!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
We move on to game 9, and it's Johnny Haynes taking on Janis Pinker. Johnny Haynes sat third on the table, currently on 4 points, and he would have just seen Oliver King get the better of Carl Wilson to move on to 6, and that is the target set here for Johnny Haynes. As for Janis Pinker, hasn't been great reading so far for him. Hasn't managed to pick up a leg, and actually looking at the stats today, has only been afforded one chance at a double.
Game on.
That scoring kind of consistency that we saw towards the beginning of the week from Pinker just hasn't come to the fore so far this afternoon.
Yeah, it's a weird conception where he's playing so well, obviously Tuesday morning, Wednesday morning, and
60.
Now coming back into Group C, it's like he's starting his Monday again, where he's just getting used to the conditions, and yeah, he's just, unfortunately, it's just not clicked for him today.
55.
No, and you do have to say the opening 3 matches perhaps haven't been the kindest for Pinker, because he played his first game against Carl Wilson. Then second game was against our current table topper Oliver King, and now he's playing third place Johnny Haynes as well. So, you know, they're a difficult run of matches when you're not quite, you know, just on form.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how both players get on this one, because, you know, they've both got
85.
Let's say they're both obviously polar opposites on the league table, and this is where Johnny just doesn't want to get carried away. He just wants to go out there,
55.
get a good win, 4-0 or 4-1, and not start playing every leg into a dog battle, because like we saw in that opening match with Johnny, doubles wasn't the best
100
against obviously young Bradley, and yeah, so he knows he's had troubles on the outer ring, but then saying that, he came back fantastic with that match against Rene.
85.
Yeah, we've kind of seen both sides of Johnny Haynes in his first 2 matches, haven't we? But I agree, and I think when you've got a player that isn't picking up legs, you know, it's important that if you're in the leading pack, to
60.
try and get a really strong
Johnny
result,
require
because
145.
I do have a feeling that leg difference is going to come into play for this group.
Yeah, and sadly, it's going to be
97.
potentially for the top three,
Janis require
or
141.
could be the top four. Because that's how tight this group is at the moment.
$105.
That's good darts there to leave.
Johnny
36.
require 48.
So Johnny at 48. So it was 2 at tops. It's a good marker.
8.
And there are the
Janis
shots we
require
were just
36.
talking about.
Pinker here, 3 darts in hand.
Game shot
Only
on the first
needs
leg.
the 2, and that
Janis
is the first
Pinker.
leg that Janis Pinker has been able to pick up today. And it already just puts a little bit of a
Second leg,
dent
Janis
in the
to
Johnny
throw
Haynes
first.
campaign.
Game on.
You know, it sounds so daft,
40.
but Johnny losing that one leg is like a bonus for both Oliver and Cole at this stage.
30.
Yeah, and that last dart throwing in a little bit of frustration, because Johnny Haynes, after the epic battle we saw between him and Rene Eidams in his previous match, just not finding any real big scores.
85.
It's a bit of a interesting one where Johnny's just walked to the back of the stage and he's just been throwing a pretend dart 2 or 3 times. So I don't know if
95.
the free gap, difference is coming up on him.
Yeah, it has been a few games since he's been up on the Oki, but
60.
you would think a player with Johnny's experience, if he's starting to stiffen up, you just get on one of the practice boards out the back and make sure that you're nice and loose up there.
100. $100.
And to be fair to Pinker, I think what he's needed is that confidence boost of just a double, getting down to a double, taking it out, and just relax. Because we saw this is what he did. Obviously Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Once he got his first leg on the board, he started looking like the player that deserves to be here, if that makes sense. And
60.
Yeah, he definitely played more consistent.
Yeah, we had an average in excess of 88 in one of his matches. He's had ton plus finishes. If you can find that at some kind of level, especially with Johnny Haynes not firing
156
on all cylinders here on this in this match.
So looking for I was looking for the 140 to leave 16.
60.
That's a lucky
Johnny
60.
require 118.
So Haynes here looking for a 60. Switch into the 18s.
52.
So you
Janis
say
require
first real
96.
chance goes to Pinker.
He's staying there trying to find a route through, and that's the difficulty.
24.
Especially with 76, there are other options, but
Johnny
only had eyes for the
66.
treble 20.
What a fantastic dart from Johnny. Surely.
50. Janis requires 72.
Johnny had a couple of darts in that first leg and was punished. 72 here required for Pinker. Can he be punished again? It's one dart, it's tops.
Game shot.
Tops is found for a 72
Janis
finish.
Pinker.
And Janis Pinker now 2-0 up on Johnny Haynes.
Third leg, Johnny to throw first. Game on.
At the moment, Johnny must feel this is a missed chance. Opportunity could go begging.
134.
Because even though Johnny could win here 4-2, and obviously on the legs it's just a +2 win.
60.
Which we obviously both alluded to earlier, that you feel so early on in the group stages that it is going to go down to leg
96.
difference this time tomorrow.
Yeah, it could be all important, but right now I think Johnny Haynes has a battle in his hand just to get across the line.
100.
So I think, if you were Johnny Haynes right now, what would you be looking for to
60.
get the darts going again properly?
Yeah, I was kind of thinking it because you probably experienced it. You go up there, you have a fantastic game, you feel great, you've got all that adrenaline kind of buzzing, and then kind of come down when you sat in the back room, and it's trying to, you just can't manifest that feeling. So I just think Johnny's just a little bit flat in this. He needs to find just that extra gear, and I think a couple of big
57.
scores might just spark him into life, but he is really struggling to find the trebles.
You know, and I think obviously that great game they had with Rene in game 5.
43.
But
Johnny
it goes
required
back
154.
to that game in game 1 where just couldn't get the trebles. Sorry, they couldn't hit the doubles. I think if he hit the doubles quite clean cut in the first leg, I think without being real, I think he would have steamrolled.
Yeah, he's had 2 darts at a double in both
44.
the legs so far, and from this position,
Johnny
you'd
required
expect
94.
him to have more.
So it's double top.
74. Janis, you require 157.
So now a side chance. That's a brilliant. So it's 97 left. So it's double top for 157.
117.
Yeah, and a real flyer for the top.
Johnny, you required
for
20.
the 157.
It's chasing it. So there's 1 dart, double full.
12.
And that's a route when Johnny Haynes has got 2 darts in hand
Janis,
and
you
10
require
left.
40.
It's a route he'll always take, but again, it's more chances missed.
You say that's a good marker. So it's double 10.
20. Johnny, you require 8.
Double 2.
Game show on the third leg. Johnny Haynes.
And that would be nothing more than pure relief yet. Johnny
Fourth
just
leg, Janis
wiping his
to
brow
Faro
there.
first. Game on.
And then it wouldn't surprise me if Johnny then goes 15, 15, 15.
No, absolutely not. But what it seems to have done is just ignited a bit of a spark here in Pinker.
And this is what we had this obviously earlier with the week where Pinker missed a couple of darts at double, the opponent took it out, and then all of a sudden he's then clicked.
Yeah, and I bet Johnny's in the background thinking, what are you clicking against me for?
Probably thinking exactly the same as what Rene's thinking for the last 4 days.
$99.
So lucky to go into the ones that...
78.
You take the 78? You know, I always think, game is like a... Well, darts is like a game of chess,
58.
isn't it? If you're on 302...
Janis, you require 112.
I go for the 20s. Make darts easy. Go for the 18s.
And it goes back to what we were saying about board management as well. How important it is just to make sure
56.
you give yourself the best opportunity.
And that's what you want to do in darts, is just give yourself an opportunity to have a go at the opportunity.
140. Janis, you require 56.
You feel like this has to go. So it's 2 darts, a double top to make it 3-1.
Game show on the fourth leg.
Yeah, and just the
Janis
one
Pinker.
needed. And Janis Pinker out one from his first win of Group C.
Fifth leg, Johnny to Faro first. Game on.
Really is asking questions of Johnny Haynes. Johnny Haynes hasn't performed as well as what we've seen from him so far this afternoon, but take nothing away from Janis Pinker. He's 3 from 8 on the outer ring, just around 37.5%, including that 72 checkout, averaging higher than what we've seen from him so far today.
100. $99.
I think if I was Johnny right now, I'd give myself a little battles to win. I'll say, right, do you know what? Just win
43.
This leg on your throw. Just win it. That's all you want, is just to win this leg on your throw, make it 3-2, make him serve it out, and then all of a sudden you could be 3-3 and then throw him for the match.
100.
Yeah, it's definitely a position where he's not taking it leg by leg. You can't look at that finishing line, not from that position.
44.
You say ball's back in Johnny's court here.
Yeah, well and truly after that visit.
139.
Johnny knows he's going to get 6 starts from her.
84.
And you
Johnny, you
feel for
require
Johnny,
104.
I would feel like he has to take it out in 6 starts.
Yeah, or even 3.
64.
As you say, he's got that bit of luxury of time, but yeah, clean finishing for Johnny Haynes because it's 1 from 10. It's kind of reverted back to the finishing stats that we saw in the opening match.
100.
I'm lucky there not to get the 140, but Johnny, looking at double top.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Johnny Haynes.
It does find it and it brings it back within 1, but as you say, it's Pinker throwing first. Now, if Johnny Haynes can just
Janis
find some of those
first.
big power scoring moments, then Pinker could be in trouble, but throwing first, and from what we've seen, Pinker's definitely settled into this Group C.
100.
That's the thing, he always settles down very nice when he starts winning the legs, but, like we previously said, you only relax until you've won your first leg. And that is what he's doing fantastic in this match so far. And let's be honest, he's
93.
He's putting pressure on an all-season pro like Johnny Haynes.
Yeah, for Johnny, just made life a little bit too difficult for himself, missing those couple of opportunities in leg 1 and 2, was already straight on the back foot, but Pinkers was there, he was behind, he was ready to punish.
123.
You know, straight away, Haynes, he knows he has to find a 180.
83.
And it looked inviting after that first start, but just lost the eye with the last, but potentially one of the best legs we've seen from Pinkers so far. Ton followed by 93, 1, 2, 3.
45.
But it's still going to take a good 140 here for Johnny to get back in it. You find he needs to find another treble, and he does.
140. Janis, you require 140.
Yeah, important last start for Johnny Haynes, and he will get a chance at the 138.
Yeah, this is where you just want to hit a big 20.
100.
And that's cracking darts.
Johnny, you require 138.
Because that'd be nothing worse. Paint yourself in a good position and then hitting a 1 to leave 99.
Yeah, and he's going to get a shot for it.
90.
Pinker,
Janis, you
tops
require
required
40.
to pick up his first win of Group C. It's a bit off the target. Can he adjust for double 10?
20.
Not enough.
Johnny, you require 48.
So Haynes it for 48. So it's 8 for tops. 2 10s. Needs to go.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
Massive dart from Johnny Haynes, and it is a shake of the head because he knows he got lucky to get the chance
7 from
to
final
level
leg.
things
Johnny
up. But now,
first.
Johnny Haynes throwing first.
This is where Johnny's going to show all of his experience over the years.
96.
Let's be honest, he'd be happy with a 15 dart holder thrower.
He'll be happy with the holder throw, the way things have gone. But Pinker most definitely has other
140.
ideas.
$100. $59.
So more or less level pegging in this deciding leg.
$57.
Maybe a couple of nerves creeping into each other's gamer.
And you find sometimes when it comes to this last leg situation that some players obviously they stuffed it.
140.
Pinker finds his second 140 of the match. Both of them coming in this deciding leg.
The thing is, Johnny knows he's 86 points behind. One thing I've noticed actually with Johnny's darts there,
81.
He seems to have put a load more chalk on them. So I don't know if there was some sort of grip issue with the darts.
Yeah, but 2 more trebles of Pinker.
130.
And sets it up
Johnny, you
absolutely
require
beautifully.
167.
So Haynes, 167. So it's 57 for the ball. Bullseye for 167.
130.
Oh, it was a great effort, and it would have been some way
Janis,
to
you
win the
require
match, but as it
32.
stands, Pinker, 3 darts in hand, double 16 the target.
Game shot.
And it was
match.
just the one
Janis
dart
Pinker.
needed, and Janis Pinker picks up his first win of Group C at the expense of Johnny Haynes. It was close. That missed 167 at the end for Johnny Haynes, cost him dearly in the end. And they're just over an 80 average for Janis Pinker. Coming up next, we'll see Rene Eidams take on Carl Wilson.
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series, and these are the results of this third round of games. Obviously Rene getting the better of Bradley 4-2. Obviously Oliver Keane winning the battle of the top of the tables against Carl Wilson. And then Janis Pinker delivers an almighty blow to Johnny Haynes' campaign. So it all looks, it's all gonna, you know. And just like that, look at the table. So Oliver Keane, top of the pile here at the Modus Super Series, with Carl second and Johnny Haynes third. But you know, this next match here could be pivotal to the table, with obviously Carl then taking on Rene. And here we go. I think this one be an interesting tie. I think Rene's coming into good form, obviously picking up his first win of the day. But Carl hoping to put things right after his first loss to obviously Oliver King.
First leg, Rene to throw first.
But I agree with you. I think this is one of those matches that could potentially swing the table for both players. This is match number 4. If Rene Eidams can find a way of winning, that would put him level on points with Johnny Haynes, who we just saw lose to Janis Pinker, and Carl Wilson himself. So it would put 3 of the players on 4 points. And Oliver King
100.
then would have the luxury of having a bit more of an extended lead at the top. But King still has Haynes to take on in this next round of 3.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting tie, isn't it?
100.
Yeah, as for Rene, we've spoken about it a bit this afternoon, but in terms of performance levels, yet they've been right up there with
60.
some of the best darts that we've seen all day, peaking at that 107 in a match that he only picked up 2 legs. And you saw the frustration, didn't you, boil over in his previous
45.
match against O'Connor, letting out that big roar after a 140.
And obviously that match that Rene had with Johnny, that was the match where he missed a 9 darter
100.
and didn't even get a shot at the double for it.
Yeah, sometimes you just, it doesn't matter what you throw at the board. You
57.
feel like you're playing some of the best darts of your life and it just doesn't go your way. And I imagine that's what Rene is kind of feeling at the moment. But a win here and it could completely turn the day around.
134.
And, let's be honest, when Rene played then Bradley, I found that was Bradley's most consistent performance today. And
60.
I thought Rene was
Carl
becoming,
107.
let's say, a pressure cooker. He gave it, I wouldn't say large, but he just needed to get something off his chest, because otherwise I think he probably would have exploded.
67.
Yeah, and I think
Rene,
he might have
you require
exploded if that tops had gone in for the 107 there for Carl Wilson.
So shots on. So 78, looking at treble, treble 20 to leave 18.
Carl, you require 40.
Yeah, a bit of a throwaway last start, but found the intended target, just not the route that a lot of us would go.
Game shown the first
But you
leg.
get the feeling, don't you, that he didn't feel he was going back to the hockey.
See, it's so...
Second leg,
darts
Carl
such
to
a weird
throw
game
first.
where
Game on.
people play it differently, and, if that was me, I'd always think, right, give yourself the best chance to come back if the opponent does miss it. But, I think sometimes leaving 18 is very, very dodgy.
180.
But does it come back to the point you were making about him being a bit of a pressure cooker up there? Because no matter what he's throwing at dart players, he's always just on the back foot.
100.
Just needs that 4th dart, that extra chance.
$82.
I think Wilson to bounce back and get a winner, I think he'd be more than happy with that.
60.
Yeah, because I imagine Wilson's more than aware of the threat that if Rene Eidams can get a win, then it really just puts those top 4 really clustered at the top of the table.
81.
I just got 81 there to leave the 158.
60. Carl, you require 158.
So first chance for Wilson in the second leg. So another one. So I can't imagine Wilson being the type of player to throw for the 140, so you should be looking at 18s.
84. $140. Carl, you require 74.
Yeah, it's a good 140, but may just be in vain. 74 here for Wilson. You'd think one at the tops. We've seen him play it safe before, but that was just a bit too far.
But let's be honest, he might have been going for tops double 10. You never know with dart players nowadays.
Rene, you require 141.
He nearly just busted it with that 3rd dart, but gets
46.
another opportunity.
I think sometimes it's
40.
that lack of concentration, and it starts getting bigger and bigger, and you feel Wilson needs to get this. And he does.
Game shot on the second leg. Carl Wilson.
Yeah, the end result that Wilson was looking for in the end, but
Third leg,
I have
Rene
to say,
to
it did get a bit
Farofa.
messy
Game
towards
on.
the tail end of the second leg.
You know, let's be honest, we don't say it enough in darts. You know, he's saved by 777.
140.
Once again, both players literally 0.14 between both players on the averages at the moment.
100. $100.
He looked like he was just about to get his teeth into a steak, didn't he, at that point?
Yeah, it's one of those darts you almost feel could
100.
go through the dartboard. Thrown with some real venom.
$40.
This is a good chance for Wilson to apply some pressure.
$96.
I think this is the type of match where Wilson be targeting up a 4-0 win, and you know, in that previous match, obviously Johnny did miss one or two
81.
doubles at crucial points, and you know, fair play to Janis, he took his opportunity, but the only saving grace for Johnny I found is he lost 4-3, because it could have been 4-2.
Yeah, he had to survive a few
105.
early match darts.
Rene,
didn't
you
he?
require 140.
So another one for 32. So he should be looking at treble 20 for
90.
treble 20 would have left. Obviously the double
Carl, you
4.
require 100.
What do I know about counting?
More than me. Just ask the spotters when I played here last time.
60. Rene, you require 50.
So it should be double 16. Is that going to be a friend or a foe?
34.
Yeah, and there's just been a few questionable
Carl,
shots
you
in terms of
require
how
40.
Rene's decided to set up towards the tail end of legs.
Game show on the third leg.
Yeah, and
Carl
that's the
Wilson.
outcome, punished by Carl Wilson. Wilson now throwing for a 4-0 victory.
Fourth leg, Carl to Faro first. Game on.
And let's be honest, to Wilson, he's thrown out an 88 average as really, really consistent state of play in this match.
140.
Yeah, Rene just hasn't found that consistent scoring power that we've seen throughout the match, although
180.
does find a max.
$100.
It's good recovery on the treble 19s.
Yeah, and this is more like what we've seen from Rene throughout the day.
$57.
So you feel at this point, Rene's got the throwback because he knows he can leave it tidier. Could be a 66.
95.
Yeah, just a bit of an overreach with that last night. I think he knew it had gone off target.
$100. Rene, you require 111.
So treble 17.
48.
I think he's had a bit of a miscount there.
Carl, you require 104.
This is 104. What way is Carl going to go? So he's going to look at 48 for tops. Stay there. That's good darts, leave 24.
Rene, you require
How costly
63.
might that miscount be for Rene Eidams?
Game show on the fourth
I mean,
leg.
these
Rene
are
Eidams.
alternative routes, right? It's not just me. I mean, I am the player that's been up there before and gone
Fifth leg,
73,
Rene to Faro
13,
first.
20 tops
Game
because
on.
my mind went blank. I put my hands up to it and I hit it, so it was all good in the end.
85.
Yeah, I don't. It's a hard one because I don't know if Rene's balls, if he's doing it on purpose to try to get some sort of advantage over Wilson
96.
in the I wouldn't say mind games, but you know, when you're watching your opponent throw, you're thinking, why is he going that way? And all of a sudden, your focus is on
100.
their game and not on your game. So, yeah, I'm not too sure what's going on at the moment.
58.
Well, it's one of those finishes just keeps everyone on their toes, I guess. But the outcome, Eidams broke the throw and he's throwing first in this leg.
60.
And I must say, what a fantastic job our spotters doing this afternoon. Keeping up with obviously players and their methods of madness.
97.
So, you feel it's a great chance of this potentially going through too.
58.
Yeah, but a big couple of trebles here and it could turn the leg around in favour of Wilson.
136.
You feel Rene needs a good 2 treble visit throw to place any sort of pressure. He's found 1. What way is he going?
137.
I don't understand that, Laura, because if he had 19 there, it would have left him 99.
Well, will he get back to the hockey? Just finds the 14 for Tops, and
Game
Tops
shot.
is found.
And a match.
And it's a 1-1-4 to seal a 4-1 victory for Carl Wilson over Rene Eidams. Carl delighted. He moves back up with Oliver King on 6 points at the top of the table. And it was a comprehensive victory in the end. You see they're averaging just under 92, 4 from 8 on the outer ring, including that big ton finish. And coming up next, Janis Pinker. He'll be taking on Bradley O'Connor.
And I think I've settled into the stage now. I'm going into comps now and I feel like I'm going to win them instead of feeling like, oh, I might get through a few rounds. I want to do what no one's done in here. Let's see what we can do this week.
Well, ironically, you might take out a huge checkout here.
On the fifth flag.
Wow, what a shot!
Shows they don't need
On
it.
the fourth flag, Team Kenya.
The bullseye to reel in
On
the big
sixth
fish.
flag, David Evans.
Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes!
Shot.
Get in there, Lee Cox!
Cox.
Well, this would be an advanced finish. Oh, what a skin saver.
Just about gets the 14, but gives him the dart at the tops, and he's up and running. He's hit a maximum in that leg and a 114 finish.
I think we've been here before. What a finish!
Colin Osborne.
Yeah, and there you see the breakdown. Series 12, week 6, and what a week. Graham Usher back, Colin Osborne, Adrian Gray, Dave Evans and Lee Cox in Group B, Kevin Burness, Mark McGeaney, Ashley Coleman. What a week we've got in store, and what a week we're having so far here at the Super Series in week 5. But there's always something more to look forward to at the Live Lounge, and that is your week 6 lineup.
And also, we join the action there of Janis and Bradley. You know, and it sounds daft. We know one of them's going to win, but one is going to win. And, you know, at the moment, Janis has got a bit of confidence there with his previous win against Johnny. And to be fair to Bradley, he's played the most consistent over this week so far.
Yeah, I agree. It's a really tough one to call. And I think if you'd asked me that question prior to Pinker beating Haynes, then I would have said Bradley. But as we saw signs of Bradley in his last match where he reeled off 13 dart leg, 14 dart leg.
Janis
So he's shown the levels, but
game on.
Pinker just looked completely calm, completely relaxed. And you know, to think it wasn't just picking up his first win of today, it was actually his first leg of today.
60.
We've said it so many times today, but you become more relaxed when you get your first leg on the board.
55.
But yeah, the standard of play today, absolutely been fantastic from start to finish.
100.
We've been treated to that wonderful game with Rene and Johnny, with obviously Rene losing with 107 average. And then the following game,
100.
Oliver King, fantastic, taking out the 116, the 108, and obviously winning the match on the 134.
140.
It really has been a competitive
140.
Group C.
Looking at next week's, players coming in.
60.
Obviously, got Dave Evans in next week. Proves that he held the record for the best ever Group A campaign of obviously 28 points and 36 plus 36.
Janis, you require
obviously, which
141.
ironically was beaten by Charlie Bambi this week. So, Dave Evans, is he going to try to go for the 30-point group?
41.
And you have to
Bradley, you require
stay tuned for that one
160.
here on Pluto TV.
$33. Janis, you require 100.
Yeah, unfortunate there for O'Connor, just the wrong side of the treble 20 wire. That's not disastrous for Pinker, but O'Connor back for 127.
44. Bradley, you require 127.
So 27. Looking at 57 for the ball. Hoping to leave it handy,
99.
and he does. Brilliant, 99 to leave
Janis,
28.
you require 56.
Janis was quite efficient when it came to the tops target in his win over Johnny Haynes.
16.
And on this occasion, so O'Connor
Bradley, you require
had
28.
the opportunity to find a break.
Surely that's a brilliant marker. And he does so.
Game shot on the first leg. Bradley O'Connor. Second leg, Bradley to throw first.
So
Game
I
on.
found a lot of Bradley's darts today, and obviously throughout the week as well, was when he's had
81.
a clear 3 darts at obviously a double. Always found his first dart is absolutely superb.
140.
And it's the fact that he just can't use it as the marker. You know, as we found there, it goes slightly to the left, and then he can't regroup for it to go in with that. So, I think if his doubles were on poke, I think he would have been challenging, obviously Group A, and also would have been challenging
60.
this group so far.
Yeah, it's just the importance, having that confidence and the ability of knowing your darts as well. If I'm not very good at moving across the oche, but my darts land quite flat in the board. Whereas I think the way that his land, he needs to move across, maybe open up like a bit more of an angle and use the marker
85.
as opposed to just keep throwing at the same target.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. And, I felt the same with, ironically, Rene's darts, where
40.
Rene will have 2 absolute blockers for a treble 20, and yet the last dart, Steve throws for it. And to me, it just seems a bit of a wasted dart.
Yeah, every so often it does pay off, and I think players sometimes live off the fact that it has paid off once or twice before, and then don't tend to move. You get those stalwart players, the old school ones like a Martin Eidams, who will
70.
just persevere at that target
Janis
over and over
require
again.
117.
I think the ones that are successful now do use the entirety of the board.
And I think
85.
as well as a dart, nowadays to be a very good dart player, I think you have to be able to adjust, very openly on the treble.
139. Janis, you require 32.
So Janis, he's got a great chance to get the throw back, and he
Game
does.
shot on the second leg. Janis Pinker.
Yeah, break back in 16 for Pinker.
Third leg, Janis to throw first. Game on.
Like when you're practicing, I do things like 1-2-1s. I quite like doing those kind of games. But one of the things that I've started practicing more is actually that adjustment. So throwing at a 20 to throw down to a 19, up to an 18, and kind of doing that repetitively, so that when you have to do it in a match, it's not so daunting. You're used to actually doing it.
Yeah, there was a game where I would practice, and you can do it for anything.
60.
But I would start. I called it the 93 game. So then I would always obviously go for one dart at the 20, one dart at the 19, and then one dart at the 18. So the 930, I think it was in the end, was the par score. I had to hit over 100 throws, just going 1 at 20, 1 at 19, 1 at 18. So then, like you rightly said there, Laurie, because you want to make sure when you cover on that treble 18, you want that treble 18 just as good as the treble 20 to really help you out in them, tricky situations.
Yeah, because again, you could do the same thing with doubles. Quite often when we go around the board on doubles, we go double 1, double 2, double 3, and actually it's not a natural split. So it should be 10s tops and double 5.
123. Janis, you require 145.
16s, 8s, 4s, 2s, 1s. So you're used to that adjustment again.
So Janis, open, set it up.
45.
And what another great chance for
Rene, you require 103.
O'Connor to break the throw. Looking at treble 17. So 66.
47.
He'd be happy to leave 56.
Janis, you require 100.
So looking at the 57.
44. Bradley, you require 56.
So first poke for Connor. Can be a good marker.
Game
and he
shot
does.
on the third leg. Bradley O'Connor.
See, take that double in for an example. You feel
fourth leg, Bradley to throw first. Game on.
He needs to be about 2 inches away, so then he can actually propel the dart into the double as such.
There's almost that theory of something being too close, isn't there? That it actually is more of a hindrance than it acts as a guide.
And obviously his darts are very
100.
bulky or bulbous as sort.
Yeah, they've just got that bit of a bulb, haven't they, towards the end. So I've noticed on a few occasions that when he's thrown two pretty much in exactly the same place, it will actually fly off as opposed to kind of just get a slight deflection.
60. $100.
O'Connor on this occasion just trying to make the most of the fact he threw first.
46.
That you feel is a real opening.
$76. $45.
Sorry.
Bradley, you
Obviously
require
during the week,
160.
Paul Nicholson was alluded to Janis's throw. It's quite unique because he holds it quite far back.
40.
More or less the stem of the dart rather than the actual dart itself.
Yeah, and then it's almost the other fingers are kind of cupping the dart, but hardly touching it. The middle finger's on, but the rest of it just, it's almost like
75.
Like I say, it's definitely unique. But
Bradley require 120.
I think all dart players' throws are unique, but some more than others.
80.
And I think that's what makes darts even more interesting because no two throws are the same, are they?
No, if they could be, I'd
59.
probably ask to throw like Bo
Bradley, you
Greaves.
require 40. Game shot on the fourth leg.
O'Connor
Bradley
now
O'Connor.
making a charge for the finish line.
Fifth leg, Janis to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, you know, anyone in this day and age would love to have that silky, smooth throw of Bo.
100.
I think there's a lot of times where
28.
I don't know about you, Laura, but you see dart players that are trying to add too much stuff to their throw or taking it off, and then, fortunately, they're the ones that absolutely fantastic 180 there. But you find the ones that really concentrate on the throw are the ones that usually end up with the
95.
The dreaded yips.
Yeah, I think darts is such a. I think people underestimate sometimes the mental side of the sport. So as soon as you start thinking about things and over-analysing and trying to just do those micro tweaks, as you say, then it can have a negative effect.
84.
You always
Janis,
try
you
and
require
analyse.
121. $57.
You'll probably know some of the best games that I've been involved in and ones I really can't remember because you're just focused on the board
Janis, you require
the
64.
end.
So it's double top.
25.
Yeah, wild
Bradley, you
attempt and
require
an outside
154.
chance here. 154 for O'Connor.
So it's treble 17 to leave 36, and that's cracking up.
118.
So pressure
Janis, you
now
require 39.
on his 39 for Janis.
That's desperately
23.
unlucky. Just north of double
Bradley, you
16.
require 36.
And O'Connor to pick up his first win of the day.
Game shot.
Use
Man
that
of the
guide
match, Bradley
absolutely
O'Connor.
perfectly, and it's Bradley O'Connor picking up his first win. It's a 4-1 victory over Janis Pinker. Really does split the group now. Bradley moves on to 2 points, and there you can see your averages, and plenty more darts still to come, because next we've got Oliver King, and he's taking on Johnny Haynes.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
So the penultimate game for King and Haynes could be a real changer in terms of the table. Oliver King still sat at the top, 6 points. Johnny Haynes on 4 points, looking to join King and Wilson, looking to find that win. And I think he needs to bounce back from the disappointment of that last match. He lost 4 legs to 3 in a match where I'm sure he'd say it himself, just didn't perform to his very best. And that could be all costly in the end, but still got a chance. Couple more games left for both these guys. Still got a chance to rescue it. But for King, I think he's looking to go through the card today.
Yeah, definitely. To me, he's
First leg,
looked the
Oliver
most consistent.
first. Game on.
You know, even though, let's be honest. Even though Johnny's got the highest winning average of 101.8, the following game, obviously King went up then hit 100 average himself. So, yeah, I think today's been a good day for King, but
58.
It's only half the job done so far.
Yeah, and we know even if you do have a perfect day on day 1, you still got to back it up on day 2, still got to see it out. But for King, a couple more obstacles in his way, one being Johnny Haynes, and then his final game will be the last match of the afternoon against Bradley O'Connor.
Yeah, I think this is the one where
60.
King needs to make sure he keeps the same attitude like he did against Carl Wilson. All he wants to do is just get the legs
44.
on the board. The more legs, more chance you win. Only if darts was always that simple.
I know it's easy when we started talking about it, but you know what it's like when you actually get on the hockey.
87.
In terms of the competitors in the group, King has
59.
had the most recent success. Series 11, Week 10, he was a semi-finalist. Johnny Haynes, as we mentioned, he's made 6 finals. He's won 1 title, but that was all the way back in Series 2.
167.
Look at another one to leave, 28.
99.
Johnny just want to set this up. May use the 25.
100. Oliver, you require
Told you, he's
68.
old school. He's just going to stay there.
He's a Wadian and Martin Eidams.
36.
That last
Johnny,
treble
you
actually
require
could
62.
be all important because Johnny Haynes should get, what, it'd be one dart at a double.
Game showing
That's
the
all
first
he needed.
leg.
The one dart
Johnny
goes.
Haynes.
It's a break, a throw for Johnny Haynes. And in stark comparison to what we saw from him in
Second
the last
leg,
match.
Johnny 2 for
Oh, this one's quite an interesting
Game on.
time when you look at how the fixtures have worked, and you know it's like the rules of reverse where, you know, obviously
140.
Johnny's previous game he had to, it was the longest period between games for him, and obviously King's just had to do exactly the same. So it's interesting to see
41.
Sorry, Oliver's there, but it's not clicking as fluent as it was, and maybe going through the same thing as what Johnny has.
Yeah, and you know what it's like when you're actually up there and you're
60.
playing well. You don't want to come off. You don't want that long break. You're going to have to think about it. You don't want the adrenaline to go. And as you say, if their top performances are coming at that time,
60.
and they've had a little bit of waiting in the back room. Perhaps, like you say, it's just a bit of it's just a bit too long away. But you should be able to manage it.
134.
And I think that is the key. Is that it's about management, and you know sometimes it is hard to get yourself, and you know, I wouldn't say cheat up, but you need to keep yourself
Johnny
focused,
require
the determination,
167.
and you know, you're forgetting that obviously Johnny's played on the Euro Tour, you know, so he knows on a Sunday you have to
60.
win your first game, come back, and then play the quarter-final. So yeah, it's a weird situation sometimes to be in.
95. Johnny, you require 107.
So 107 for Johnny. Looking at treble 17. So it's 36 for a 2-0 lead.
Game showing the second leg. Johnny Haynes.
Well, we have been slightly critical about the finishing of Johnny Haynes, but 2 from 2 in this match, including
Third leg,
that
Oliver
lovely
2 for
107
Game
checkout.
on.
I think he must have heard us.
134.
But it just shows you, doesn't it, with darts? I mean, we say it's all on the day, but sometimes it's just match to match because Johnny's probably shaking his head saying, why couldn't I have done this earlier on?
99.
And that's the thing, Johnny would be like, why can I not do this in the previous game when, you know, not being rude to Janis, the victory would have been more likely
95.
for Johnny. And to be fair, Johnny let him in. And obviously Janis held out for the win. And, you know, we're forgetting as well that
134.
in that match, Janis actually took winning legs of 14 and 13 out of, well, he hit a 13 dart leg, didn't he, to round it off.
64.
Yeah, it's definitely just made the group just a little bit more open and a little bit more interesting.
Should be looking at the 18s. As much as he's an old schooler, shouldn't be going for the 20s.
134.
But you never know. Never know with dart players.
We saw him actually physically stop because that's what happens, isn't it? You get into a rhythm and you just concentrate on big trebles,
58.
and then you do have
Johnny, you
to
require
find a way of stopping
134.
and pausing.
Is he going to stay there?
94. Oliver, you require 150.
That was my fault. I actually looked at the wrong school. So another one. So 74 left. Let's get darts lead 20.
Johnny, you require 40. Game showing the third leg. Johnny Haynes.
Yeah, once again, that efficiency at the doubles for Johnny Haynes.
Fourth
Puts
leg,
him
Johnny
within one,
2
gets
for
the opportunity here to
first.
serve it out.
Game on.
This would be a heavy defeat if Johnny Haynes can win here. Really big, heavy defeat for King.
180.
But this is what we were talking about earlier, where if you're going to lose a game, lose 4-3. If you're going to win a game, win 4-0.
100.
Because at the end of the day, you know, the leg difference is, if you get a good leg difference, that's almost worth at least 2 or 4 points, depending how the table sits.
121. 100.
So you feel Haynes, he's definitely got the throw at the moment. Looking to serve this one out.
140.
And he does. Absolutely fantastic there. After 9 darts thrown, beyond 60.
Yeah, an exceptional leg for Johnny Haynes. And there's not much that Oliver King can do about it from 301.
43. Johnny requires 60.
A good chance here that Johnny can win this match with another 100 average.
Game shot and a match. Johnny Haynes.
Yeah, an 11 darter from Johnny Haynes to seal the deal. It's 4-0 victory, and it's a really, really big, important victory for Johnny Haynes because he's now knocked Oliver King off the top and back down into 3rd position. 103 average, the second ton plus average we've seen from Johnny Haynes. 4 out of 5 on the outer ring and a 107 finish. But Janis Pinker and Rene Eidams, they'll be coming up next.
Based on his ability that he's going to have to cultivate over the years. Time he has.
Henrico.
Devon Peterson is a global superstar.
Your champions are the Republic of Ireland.
And here you see the results so far. Rene Eidams going down 4-1 to Carl Wilson. Janis Pinker, same result at the hands of Bradley O'Connor. We've just seen Johnny Haynes with another ton plus average defeat Oliver King 4 legs to 0, and that's really shaken up the table. Yeah, we'll just have a quick look at the table because now, because of that defeat, Oliver King goes from 1 to 3rd, just on legs difference. Johnny Haynes in 2nd, and then Bradley, Rene and Janis all at the bottom of the table on 2 points.
This match, interesting tie coming up. Both players at the bottom of the table, unfortunately, but they've been playing consistent stuff. You wouldn't, unfortunately, Rene's had everybody throwing, well, both the kitchen and the bathroom at him, let's be honest. And, Janis is getting his consistency there. So it'd be interesting to see how both players react to the, the final round of matches.
First leg, Janis to throw first. Game on.
Pinker definitely had that slow start to the afternoon session and
60.
Didn't pick up a leg in the first couple, then backed it up with a 4-3 win over Johnny Haynes. And as you say, he's been consistent since picking up that first. It was just picking up that first
41.
leg. I think that was the key thing that just changed things around for Pinker. But Rene Eidams, as we said before, he has been Mr. Consistent. He's been playing very well, but just at the wrong
59.
end of results. But what I will say about Rene, just the last couple of matches, you just notice this element of real
100.
frustration coming in. Just a few choice shots towards the tail end of matches. The 60, was it 63? Instead of, we were all looking at a 13, and it's a 25
100.
double 19 route, and it's choices like that, and I think that's born out of frustration.
To think that
125.
the 4 games that he's played, he's running at a 93.87 average, and he's only picked up 1 win. So that just shows you how tough this group is at the moment. But yeah, it's a weird one because in that last game, I wasn't too sure if he was trying to not play mind games, but more to the fact that
79.
When you do watch your opponent, you kind of work out what they need by what they're hitting, and I wasn't too sure if he was just trying to obviously throw Carl off.
140. Rene, you require 156.
You get to a point, don't you, in a match, and you just try a few different things, but nothing's quite worked out for Eidams.
60. Janis, you require 103.
So it's 46. It should be 6 or a 10. So it's double 18. For a beautiful 103.
Game
And he
shot
does.
The first leg. Janis Pinker.
Yeah, great
Second leg,
finish
Rene
there
to
from
throw first.
Pinker, and
Game
he's
on.
already given Rene Eidams something to think about. It's whether Rene can just find that balance with
100.
the frustration he's clearly been feeling, especially towards the back end of today, because he'll just think, it's one of those shots, isn't it? You just think, why me again?
60.
Why me for the 4th day in a row? Yeah, but that is, sadly, that is the nature of darts, isn't it?
180. $134.
Let's get recovery that. But yeah, Rene's, like I said, he's done nothing wrong all week, and
140.
we say darts is all about timing, but unfortunately, all his timing's just been bad luck.
30. Rene, you require 81.
Yeah, not many players that you would say that have gone 7 darts into a 9 darter and don't actually have a chance at a double.
49.
Let's be honest. We're saying we seen him letting off some steam as such, and we're saying this is this, that, and the other.
133.
But, let's be honest. If that
Rene,
was both of us up there,
32.
we'd feel exactly the same.
I agree. I do agree.
16.
I think that's how we can we kind of
Janis
know
require
exactly how he's feeling. We can really
144.
empathise.
100.
It's a good 10 there.
Rene, you require
Just to put some
16.
pressure on this 16. So that could be a bad dart, because where the dart stands up is actually length from the left to the right.
Game showing
What
the
do I
second
know?
leg. Rene Eidams.
I think
Third
there's
leg, Janis
probably
2 for
slightly
first.
more room there
Game
than
on.
you realise because of the angle that we get.
And let's be honest, that was pressure darts, because
58.
Janis was on a very tidy 2-dart there.
$100.
But when you're in this position, you've just got to think, right, the best I can do, and this is for both players, the best I can do is finish on 4 points. Draw a line under today, come back tomorrow, because you're not completely out of the running. This table is
45.
Really, really clustered. You've got 3 sat on 6 points, 3 sat on 2 points. If you can win this, put yourself on 4, then you're still in contention.
60.
And let's be honest, it's all to play for, isn't it? You know, we don't want a group where it's kind of the tides came in, or the tides gone
95.
out too quick for the players to catch up. We want it exciting, don't we? You know, as much as it's absolutely awful for the players, it's fantastic drama for us to watch.
Yeah, and we know that in the next match, Carl Wilson's taken on Johnny Haynes, so one of those two will finish on 8 points. I just wonder which version of Johnny Haynes is going to turn up, because we've seen 2 average around 79 and the other 2 versions averaging over a ton.
Yeah, we've got the lower end of Johnny
100.
averaging 79. We've got
Rene,
the mean
you require
average of Johnny
126.
averaging 90 for the day, and yeah, his height too high as well, 100 plus.
101.
See, it's weird because I don't understand going for the bullseye when you know you've got another, 3 darts
30.
at least.
Rene, you require 25. Game showing the third leg. Rene
Works
Eidams.
out in the end, but I do agree. I think from that position you just want to set up, but perhaps he's just looking for something
Fourth
just to
leg,
get that
Rene,
fire
2
back in the
for
belly,
first.
because
Game on.
whilst there's that frustration there, I also think he hasn't had those dizzy heights of what we saw earlier on this afternoon. So it's just trying to
56.
reignite something maybe.
I think that's a very logical explanation to why he's doing it.
$95.
If obviously Rene goes and wins this, how do you kind of say to yourself,
22.
keep plugging away when you're playing absolutely some of the best darts you've probably played here at the Modus, and just not getting nothing for nothing. You get nothing, are you?
40.
Yeah, very little in return, and yeah, his second lowest average was actually the one that he picked up the points on. But second lowest average was still just under 89,
60.
so it's been good.
$84.
That's a good marker there. Some more trebles.
60.
I think you'd be disappointed with that throw, not to capitalise.
Yeah, now being punished.
140.
This is what Pink has found, isn't it, towards the tail end of matches more as the day's gone on. It's just those big 2 treble visits at a time, which then
95.
piles the pressure back on
Janis,
his
you require
opponent.
142.
And they are the finishers. Well, that's how he's been finishing off the day, obviously Monday to Wednesday. He started off quite slow, but it's always clicked.
78.
It's always clicked from probably like round 2 onwards. You see him more of a consistent throw.
134. Janis, you require 64.
64. So it'd be 16 for tops. Top of the shot to get back level pegging.
24. Rene, you require 74.
Yeah, well thrown dart, but just that bit too high. That's tops here for Rene Eidams.
35.
He's almost tried to go round the dart as the
Janis, you
blocker
require
and just
40.
overpulled it.
That's why you have to move and move properly. Surely.
No score. Rene, you require 39. Game shot on the fourth leg. Rene Eidams.
Yeah, a bit of a raise of the hand there and a shake of the
Fifth
head.
leg,
But
Janis to
Eidams is in that
first.
position.
Game on.
Just one more leg needed.
$93.
You find that's the perfect dart because it just slots in there perfect, doesn't it?
140.
And when he throws with that rhythm and that relaxation, it looks likely to go every single
57.
time. And that's how he was throwing against Johnny Haynes earlier on this afternoon. Yeah, just like that.
180.
Literally, just like that. It's always good when we look good at our jobs.
Yeah, normally we say stuff and the opposite happens.
26.
Curse of the commentator.
Probably stays up there still. Yeah. Maybe go for ball.
58.
All the 18s.
Not much Pinker can do
47.
here. That's 1, 2, 3.
Rene, you require 123.
Oh, so 73 left. Treble 19. He's either going to go treble 19 or treble 11. So it'll be 14 for tops.
83.
Yeah, tied it up nicely. Back for the return.
134. Rene, you require 40. $20.
Yeah, he says wow, but that did
Janis,
take
you
a
require
big deflection off
144.
that second dart.
Should be staying up there.
60.
So
Rene,
Rene,
you require 20.
looking at double 10.
Game shot and a match.
And it
Rene
is double
Eidams.
10, and Rene Eidams gets across the line, wins 4-1 over Janis Pinker. Straight off the stage and straight into the back room, just averaging over 80, 4 from 15 on the outer ring, but a couple of maximums in there as well. But don't go anywhere because we've got 2 more games left, and the next one is Johnny Haynes against Carl Wilson.
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And he Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone, and you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short form at darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101!
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He kind of split it. 2 darts for double fourth in a match.
Game! Shot! And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith!
Set this place alight, and it's on. That is a beauty. Oh, Jimmy Vansky, when he looks at tops, takes the opener. It's Dutch delight in this opening game, and a very, very good performance on the pair. It's a stellar performance from Richard Burnett. Very, very mature. Semi-final sorted for Keegan Brown. He will join Jimmy Vansky for that group. McEwen does exactly what it says on the tin. One-way traffic, 4-0 victory.
7 for the match. And he finds it for the bullseye. Oh, what a shot there by Lewis Gurney.
And we now have our semi-final lineup, and that includes Lewis Gurney.
Bullseye. Oh, what a shot. A 164.
Breathtaking dart from Keegan Brown. Rock solid. Last dart. Look what it means to Jimmy Vansky. It's his way of going. It's staggeringly good. It's another incredible. Keegan rolls back the earth.
The needle, Keegan Brown!
Yeah, welcome back. And yeah, that was some of the highlights from week 2. And I guess my question is, bringing back happy memories for you there?
Yeah, it's all right. You know, showing that to the old dog Steve got, hasn't he? No, it's all right. All the finishes absolutely clicked in that night. And you know, like we always say, when darts is flown, you know, you make it look easy, don't you? And I did all right that night. I was proud of myself.
Yeah, and look at the field you're joining. Carl Wilkinson, yourself, Neil Duff and Dave Pallett. And we're obviously here on week 5 to see who will be joining my fellow commentator Keegan Brown and the other 3 players as a weekly winner through to Champions Week. Oh, so you're not be working that week? Well, you might be. No, I'm joking.
I could be working either way for Saturday, couldn't I? No?
I'm only joking.
I get that from Henry. Come on, I expect more, Laura.
When I do Women's Week, it's always like, well, if you don't get through on Saturday. So I've been trying to get through.
So thanks for the, confidence. But obviously, coming back to the action in this group, see the stage of the day. You know, what an important match it is. Johnny Haynes against Carl Wilson.
First leg, Johnny to Fro
One of these
first.
will
Game on.
end up on the 8 points. The question is who?
Yeah, well, Johnny Haynes starting off as he finished that last match. We mentioned it earlier, but what we've seen from Johnny Haynes, we've had 2 averages just shy of 80.
140.
And then we've had 2 averages over a ton. I think for Johnny, I mean, the average for the day, as you said before, was around about the 90 mark. But I think for Johnny, if he can actually find the kind of 90 average, because it's been pretty much all
60.
or nothing.
That was only early on, but he's averaging 100, so it's good signs. It's good signs.
121.
Yeah, let's be honest, we've been absolutely treated to a wonderful afternoon of darts. Live here on Pleo TV.
43.
And even the games that perhaps haven't had the spectacularly big averages, they've been tight, haven't they? They've been real battles between all
45.
the players.
You know, I don't want to say it's proper darts, but it is proper darts, isn't it? You know, people trying to, obviously, people playing well with the opponents, sometimes playing better, and, you know, you only have to look at poor Rene. He's not got a lot for his efforts today.
133.
Did pick up a couple of
Johnny
wins in
require
the end.
120.
He's just sat in 4th position on 4 points, and he will only be a couple of points off a 3rd place after this.
Game show on the first leg. Johnny Haynes.
But once again, solid start here from Johnny Haynes. 1 in 15 with that wonderful
Second
120
leg, Carl
finish.
to Fro first. Game on.
Why do people look so disappointed when they win legs? I just don't understand it.
97.
And apparently when well, actually, no, it's been seen when I do it, I do a little dance. They know if I've won a leg from a distance because I'm wiggling my way up to the oki.
100.
It's completely involuntary, I promise.
Never change, never change.
I've just never been one of those players for loud shouts and cheers and things, but yeah, a little dance, I don't mind breaking some moves.
Just make sure you don't fall off the stage. We don't want a risk assessment, do we? There was an incident last year at the WADC on the finals day, and I forgot
100
that the steam machine vents were going to be open. So obviously Henry's walked off stage. I've got my size 11 foot stuck in it. I've gone absolutely flying. And for a moment I thought my teeth were going to be, you know, they're going to be knocked out. And Henry Deacon, of all the people, literally grabbed me before I fell off stage.
52.
So, as much as he gives me stick, I let him off.
Yeah, kudos for saving you from a face plant.
And it would have been a very horrible face plant.
140. Carl, you require 152.
Yeah, beautiful set-up play for Johnny Haynes. And Wilson can't find the first treble for the 152.
134.
This is so
Johnny
like darts, isn't it? Where,
36.
you know, we were saying that actually...
Game show on the second leg.
Haynes,
Johnny Haynes.
Obviously, losing to Janis earlier, we thought, oh, you know, this is not a
Third
good sign
leg,
to
Johnny
come.
to Fro
And yet,
first.
all of a sudden,
Game on.
one with over 100 average and currently averaging 107.
Yeah, kicking off with a 15, backing it up with a
100.
13 and straight in. Solid ton to kick off leg number 3.
What
57.
a great advertisement for the Modus Super Series today, this afternoon session. And yeah, there's more darts to come later tonight.
Yeah, the legend that is Steve Beaton back in action.
Obviously we got previous season
60
winner in Conan Whitehead. And obviously being joined by Mike Warburton, who I must say does the best Michael Jackson impression. The singing is absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, I've heard Warby's warbling every so often.
81.
Yeah, it's an absolutely packed group this evening, isn't it? Because then you've got Scott Taylor and Jensen Walker coming in as well. I mean, pick 3 players from that are going to make it through to finals night.
You know, and that's the thing. We say it every
82.
week. Pick a winner. How can you pick a winner? It's littered with quality everywhere you look.
$57. Johnny, you require 160.
So Johnny at 160. Hoping to set it up. Should go over treble that.
60.
He'd be there, happy there to leave a ton. You just feel Wilson needs a good 2 visit trebles.
$96.
Yeah, has to settle for
Johnny,
just
you
the
require
one. Doesn't even want to
100.
finish, but this is much more doable hit for Johnny Haynes.
60. Carl, you require 150.
Now, I would have put anything on it that Johnny Haynes would never go tops.
110. Johnny, you require 40.
Wilson coming down to join Johnny Haynes on 40 points.
It's that double 10 again.
30. Carl, you require 40.
Fine lines, isn't it, in darts? And just a mil either side of that double 10.
$20. Johnny, you require 10.
Could be a costly miss there. 2 for double 4.
Game show on the third leg.
Yeah, well
Johnny
sorted
Haynes.
in the end, and Johnny Haynes now 3-0 to the good.
And just
Fourth
like that,
leg, Carl
Johnny's
to
gone
go
from
first.
throwing out nearly
Game
110 back down to 86. And we always say when you start missing the doubles, that is what kills the averages off.
100. $40.
What would Johnny give to win this 4-0?
Oh, yeah, it would catapult Johnny
80.
Haynes to the top of the table.
With a very, very healthy leg difference. You know, I think
82.
we do say it, especially the latter end of the week on the Thursday and the Friday sessions where, you know, if you can get a good leg difference, it's easily worth an extra 2 or 4, maybe 6 points.
134.
Yeah, because obviously with these days, you know, these days there's only 2 days worth of play as opposed to 3 in Group A.
96.
There are less games, there's less opportunities and less time. And I think players know that when they come into Group B and Group C. You don't have the luxury of time. You need a solid start.
95.
Haynes, he's got other ideas.
120. Carl, you require
Really costly
92.
bounce out.
What way is Carl going to go? So he's looking at 64, so remains down that side on the board.
44.
So he knows he's got another 3 darts when he comes back for the 48.
Yeah, even if Johnny Haynes with that last dart could have just hit a straight 20, would have left him on a finish.
93. Carl, you require 48.
That's good
Game
darts
shot
there.
on the
Solid
fourth
17.
leg. Carl Wilson.
Dart hold a throat.
And that's it. You just got to
Fifth
start
leg,
chipping
Johnny
away when
to
you're in the
throw
position of
first.
Carl Wilson.
Game on.
Game's not won until that player gets across the line. Just keep chipping away at legs.
100.
It's a lovely first start.
97.
Surely.
180.
Yeah, Johnny Haynes, you can just see it there. He just gets right into that rhythm.
$140.
Means here looking for a treble. He does so. Is he going to stay there? And he does.
140.
Once again, that finishing line in sight. Johnny Haynes just produces a brilliant leg. 100, 180, 140. Down
Johnny
to 81
81
after just 9 darts.
Oh, he's gone for the one option.
41.
He was so confident he wasn't going to hit the treble 20. He thought, "Do you know what, I'm going to throw it as close as I could."
Yeah, that was a couple of real loose starts, to say the
82.
least, there from Johnny Haynes. But the
Johnny
outcome
require 40.
is what he intended. Double 10.
20. Carl,
Again,
you
that
require
double 10 has
142.
not been the best of friends to Johnny Haynes today. Oh, what a finish. So 67 left. He might go treble 17 to leave 16, and he does.
92.
He'd be happy with 50
Johnny
left.
require 20.
But will he return to the board? Johnny Haynes staring
Game
down
shot.
double
And a
10. And
match.
double 10
Johnny
is found for Johnny Haynes. That sees Johnny Haynes now catapult himself to the top of the table on 8 points. 4-1 victory. There you see stats there, not much between them. And despite having several missed darts at a double, Johnny Haynes averaging just below 90. We come to our final game of Group C session, and it's Bradley O'Connor against Oliver King.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
So the final game of the afternoon session here in Group C, and it is Bradley O'Connor taking on Oliver King. Oliver King, for most of this afternoon, was top of the pile. He was number one. So now finds himself in third position. There is very little to split him and second place Carl Wilson, but an opportunity here for Oliver to move on to 8 points and be alongside Johnny Haynes going into tomorrow's action.
Yeah, definitely. He has got a very good chance here against, you would say, a very consistent Bradley
59.
today. I don't have to say, they've got very, very similar hairstyles.
99.
Literally on cue, isn't it? It's scary.
Yeah, I hadn't picked it up till this point, but I do agree.
$77.
But a good treble 20 that, surely.
180.
What I'm tending to see more often than not now for O'Connor is when he gets that first start right, he does have the ability to follow in the next
140.
two. But what can happen is that first start can just go adrift, and the adjustment is what's difficult.
134.
It's cracking darts. 25s. Yeah, another treble 20 relief tops.
105. Bradley, you require 43. Game show on the first leg. Bradley O'Connor.
Yeah, beautiful opening leg there for Bradley O'Connor. Out in 14.
Second leg,
And we
Oliver
have seen
for
signs of this from
Game
Bradley
on.
throughout today. We've seen 13 dart legs, 14 dart legs, but just perhaps not as consistently as required to pick up points in a group
60.
as competitive as this. But if he can maintain this type of form, then he could do himself some real favours and put him just a couple of points off of third
92.
place.
This is the thing, isn't it? When you look at that table right now, if Oliver gets the win, he's on the level points as Johnny.
140.
And if he doesn't, there's obviously himself, obviously Carl Wilson, obviously Rene, you have to put him back in the picture because he'd be 2 points behind. And obviously if Brady gets this, all four are in contention for the second spot.
60.
And when you have had a day that's been up and down, and we've mentioned obviously the Group A campaign didn't really go too well for O'Connor, if you can finish the day
39.
with a positive, you know, you leave there positive, you come away, you've won your last game, then you bring that in the next day.
Of course you do.
125.
You know, as we all know, with darts, it's all about confidence, and when you're confident, you win, and when you win, and you're confident.
131. Oliver, you require 116.
So Oliver gets first shot is 116. So 60 will leave double 18.
56. Bradley, you require 120.
That's a big opportunity, and it's a great first start. Little lift, climbing the ladder, tops required for a 2-0 lead.
80. Oliver, you require 60.
That's unlucky. You did see it flicking the flight. So it's double top to go 1-1. 2 10s. And he does.
Game show on the second leg. Oliver King.
Yeah, right in the corner. Had to do a bit of a double take, but it doesn't matter where it hits the bed as long as it's in.
Third leg, Bradley to Thoreau first. Game on. $60. $97.
Let's get 97. Covered on the treble 19. But fair play to O'Connor.
180.
They're currently averaging over 100 at the moment.
Clearly just saving this best till last.
100. $46. $45.
So what a chance here for O'Connor.
81.
Yeah, it's a good find with the last start. We've seen the 1-3-4 already today, and it actually was Oliver King that found it.
99. Bradley, you require 134.
I'm very much a fan of the 1-3-4, the 17s route.
Oliver, you require 160.
Yeah, I'm too. Especially, I do like double 16 better than any other double.
100. Bradley, you require 113.
Time was a good find, but it's treble 19.
53. Oliver, you require 60.
Chance to break.
Game shot on the third leg. Oliver King.
And it is a breaker throw for Oliver King.
Fourth leg, Oliver to throw first. Game on. $134.
I think as Oliver's darts stick up, I think
29.
Well, he's obviously going for the treble 19. As soon as one goes in and it sticks up perfect, it feels like he just can't miss the other.
81.
You do get players that they've just got this ability, haven't they, to just follow through when that first dart lands.
85.
I feel that'd be perfect for 100 there.
100.
It's only taken us to the last match, but we sound like we know what we're talking about now.
54.
Sometimes.
95. $60. Oliver, you require
It's always
91.
a good sign of a player where you just need to bash your opponent off the board, and it's tops for a 15 darter.
71.
Yeah, and the way the King's playing, O'Connor, you feel had to maintain that kind
98.
of brilliance he showed in the first
Oliver,
leg.
you require 20.
Could be a bit awkward.
Now that's very awkward.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Oliver King.
What a dart from Oliver King.
Fifth leg, Bradley to throw first.
Yeah, and I like that sign
Game
of
on.
respect there from O'Connor, because I'm sure from his angle as well, he thought, I'm going back to the Oki here.
140.
Let's be honest, we all thought that, didn't we? And that was definitely a drop the mic moment.
100. $85. $125.
You just feel Oliver's doing a proper professional performance here.
35.
He's absolutely pummeling that treble 20 bed, and it's just proving perhaps a step
140.
too far here now for Bradley O'Connor.
$96. Oliver, you require 136.
This is 136.
42. Bradley, you require 145.
Yeah, but an outside chance here. Not going to go for O'Connor.
45. Oliver, you require 94.
So it's double 14.
80. Bradley, you require 100.
I get it, you like the double, but that is the risk, isn't it, that you come inside and... I mean, I don't think I know many people whose
60.
favourite double is double seven.
Oliver, you require 14.
Hence the split. But this is for the match.
10. Bradley, you require 40. Game show on the 5th flag. Bradley O'Connor.
Yeah, and O'Connor punishes King.
6th flag, Oliver to throw first. Game on.
Sometimes it is just those small decisions. Yes, you feel great in the moment, but that is how it can be costly.
140. $140.
This match is a really high standard. What a fitting way for her to finish off this
60.
fantastic afternoon session here at the Modus Super Series.
95.
Yeah, and O'Connor still battling away in this match.
$90.
Yeah, and that's the visit, isn't it? That's what we're seeing. Just nearly every leg has that kind of trebleless visit.
It's just that one bad throw, but look at this.
133.
It's the one bad throw, and then it's when it gets punished straight afterwards as well.
140. Oliver, you require 78.
Double 12.
Game
this
shot.
time, double
And
12.
a match.
It's found
Oliver
for a
King.
78 finish and a 4-2 victory to finish this afternoon session for Oliver King. Oliver King then jumps up on 8 points alongside Johnny Haynes going into tomorrow's action. Just under a 90 average, 4 from 13 on the outer ring, and that 78 to seal the match was the highest finish.
Here is a reminder of what's happened in the final half a dozen games of Group C, the majority of them going against the darts. In fact, only 4 matches today went with the darts, 3 of the first 4, and then Johnny Haynes' 4-1 win against Carl Wilson. It's been a good day for the likes of Haynes, Wilson and King. And if we take a look at the Group C table, at the halfway stage, of course it will be completed tomorrow, you'll see that Haynes and King are the top 2 at the moment. Wilson, who was the favourite before a dart was thrown, sits in 3rd place, but very much in contention. Rene Eidams may be clinging on to hopes, but Bradley O'Connor and Janis are on their first ever week here at the Super Series, find themselves at the foot of the table. Been an excellent day, watched by Laura Turner and Keegan Brown. Keegan's joined me to analyse the action. I got the sense at the start of the day and the conversations between yourself and Laura that it was going to be a battle between 3 players, and it's turned out that way, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's absolutely been fantastic. And the battle between the top 3, was absolutely phenomenal. The way that Johnny obviously played Carl, and and that was back of quite a bad loss to Janis, and you would think so. But yeah, it's just been a fantastic day of darts here at the Modus Super Series.
Yeah, let's talk about Johnny Haynes. Heard from him earlier. He's not been practicing much, but he's that kind of happy-go-lucky character, isn't he? And he's certainly shown that he's going to be there or thereabouts.
Yeah, definitely. It was so weird. We're analysing the averages in the meanwhile, and yeah, it's just absolutely fantastic there from Johnny. And then it was a clean double top, and it was them sort of moments that could change a match, because if you missed that, could have been a chance where Wilson could have capitalised.
No disrespect to Janis Pinker, but will Johnny Haynes be leaving here thinking, really, I should be 5 from 5?
Yeah, 100%. And that's not being rude to anyone. Where they're the sort of games where you think, right, I only get the point, and have a good, obviously, leg difference, and that much just got away from Johnny.
Oliver King, 2nd place. It's only his 2nd time here, and both times he's performed exceedingly well. Defeat was to Johnny Haynes, 4-0, but he's showed some really good stuff, particularly with these 3-figure finishes.
Oh, it was absolutely phenomenal. That was the match where he hit through on a bounce, and then he was very unlucky not to hit the 4th one in the next match. So, yeah, the 1-3-4 was absolutely superb.
Carl Wilson was favourite. 6 points on the shoulder of the top 2. He'll feel like he can breach that tomorrow, but do you think he'll be slightly disappointed not to be in the top 2?
Yeah, I think there's a mixed bag of opportunities there, really. But you look at this 1-2-5 was absolutely superb, and it's there, but it just didn't come out that often today.
Another player, when we talk about it not coming out often, but when it does come out, it's brilliant. Rene Eidams, he's been so hit and miss this week, hasn't he? But earlier on today, he almost hit a 9-dart finish.
Yeah, he almost did. And it was an absolutely fantastic match against him and Johnny. But, like we alluded to earlier, so much during the week where he's playing better than his opponent, and he's just not doing nothing wrong. And, we joked about in the comments, no, we don't know known darters, do we? But look at this. He misses it, and, it was a very good attempt. 9 out of 10 times you think he'd be back. But the experienced professional of Johnny Haynes snaps into place, 60, 17, and you're thinking, surely not. Smack bang in the bullseye.
Yeah, Eidams on a 9-dart. Doesn't even get a dart at the double. It's 1-2-7 and Haynes, you might say. Just a word on the group in general. How many players are realistically in contention going into tomorrow?
It's a weird one. I would say 3 at the moment, but that can all change. If Rene starts to perform like he did against Johnny, who's to say he can't put his name in the hat?
This was meant to be the sort of starter, wasn't it, for a brilliant group tonight, but this group's been fantastic this afternoon. But that Group B really does get the taste buds tingling, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does that. Let's be honest, you've got former world champion Steve Beaton, you've got, the first ever series winner Conan Whitehead, and you've got Mike Warburton mixing with Scott Taylor and Jensen Walker. So, it's going to be an absolutely fantastic darts packed night tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. One player who's not been successful here, though, the only player in fact in that group, is Steve Beaton. He's been to a couple of finals this year on his retirement season, where he sort of stepped down to this level. Do you think this could be the week for Steve? It's stiff competition, isn't it?
Well, that's the thing. Like we were alluding to in the comms, this isn't an easy place just to win anymore. You have to be playing at a very good professional standard. And yeah, do you know what? If Steve's playing like we know he can, who's to say he can't?
Last time he was here, of course, it was with Adrian Lewis in a really tough Group B. They got 8 points, Team England, didn't get through. You could see that happening to somebody tonight in that group, couldn't you?
Oh, 100%, yeah. Massively, and that's the thing. Tonight, they're going to be big hitters, they're going to be some good checkouts. And do you know what? Who's to say we're not going to see a 9 tonight?
Let's have a word on those former Super Series champions. 3 of them already in action. Walker and Taylor coming in from Group A. Conan Whitehead joining tonight. Is he kind of thinking, I could have the beating of them based on what we saw from them in that group?
Yeah, 100%. It was only, I was doing a bit of research for Conan, and he was only at Super League last night, bashing in a 30-plus average. So Conan's on fire at the moment. Why can't Conan put his name back in the hat?
A few final thoughts on who you're expecting to be joining Charlie Manby on Saturday from either group?
From either group, I would say at the moment as it stands, Johnny Haynes. He just seems to be a bit more consistent than all the rest. And you know what? Group B, who would I pick for Group B? I think Group B, I want to go Steve Beaton.
Thanks, Keegan, for this afternoon. Thanks to Laura Turner as well. You'll be back this evening for Group B, but between now and then there is plenty coming up on the Modus Super Series Darts channel on Pluto TV, starting with a breaker throw featuring Steve Beaton straight after the live darts. Mervyn King, also part of that. It's a Legends of the Game special. Unfortunately, Keegan, you didn't make the cut for that one, but Beaton and King's throws will be analysed in depth. Then we will see Steve live tonight from 10 in that brilliant Group B featuring 3 Champions Week winners, Mike Warburton and the bronze Adonis Steve Beaton himself. They're all trying to join the young sensation Charlie Manby, who made it through to finals night with a record-breaking Group A campaign. That was absolutely fantastic, and he's already there on Saturday. And as we found out earlier today, Colin Osborne's going to be in action on Monday morning as Week 6 gets underway, already halfway through to Champions Week. But this group, well, that resumes tomorrow from 1 p.m. Johnny Haynes leading the way alongside Oliver King at the moment. Fantastic day for the pair of them, a fantastic session, and we've got another one for you tonight from 10. So do join us. Bye-bye for now.
The new Modus Super Series champion. Yes! What a finish! The silencer, Jeff Smith! And it is that shot wins Week 6!
Maximum checkout.
He's done it!
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit!
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And he dart at double 16, gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the